I don't check with the scorers. And I don't know if you need to tell the umpire, but the scores will be too much because I don't have a team sheet. Okay, Charles. Okay, then. I don't know why they're highlighting these things and you can't. It doesn't make sense in what they're doing.
Use different colors, you know. Them dark, and dark, and they're supposed
Yeah,
to
they
have-
could use a different. Okay, they are white in this, which makes sense. Right? But
use a lighter green.
when the green, you can expect to type black inside them.
Yes, yes.
Okay, man. What's up? Okay, cool. Good afternoon.
Okay, thanks.
But I don't think that's necessary. We'll see when it's finished. Very fine printer. Which one number you using?
668.
Okay.
Not seen anything yet.
Good morning. Good morning from the St. Paul's Recreation Ground, where we're about to see another match in a series of one-day matches between the various territorial teams. The West Indies on the 19 team. Today it's Trinidad and Tobago coming up against the Windward Islands, and there'll be more on that later. But first, we'll have a look at the toss.
It's Thelma Gomes. She is the match referee, and Mr. Ebanks is the third umpire. And the match referee, she's now making certain that everything is in order with the team lists. Standard procedure. The toss has been delayed until 9:40 due to rain early this morning, and the covers had to be brought back onto the strip. It's now a lovely day. There's a nice stiff breeze. The clouds, there are some thick clouds around, however, they seem to be moving with the breeze. So we're expecting a very good day of cricket with minimal interruptions, if any at all. The Windward Islands, they are undefeated. Trinidad spinning tails is the calls by the Windward Islands. Heads it is. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Morning, I'm good.
What are you going to do?
We like to have a bat face.
You're going to bat for us. Why?
Looking at the pitch, it looks like a beautiful wicket. Not looking very hard. And considering the weather, we think we have a bat face.
Any changes from your last match?
No changes, same team.
Okay, thank you. Best wishes. And we're going to have a little chat with Windward Islands. Good morning, sir. How are you? I'm blessed, highly favored, giving thanks. If you had won the toss, what would you have done?
We would have bowled first as well. The pitch looked like it has a bit of moisture, and because of the weather, it's looking a bit iffy. I feel knowing what we would have to chase is the better option for us. So the plan is to just utilize the moisture in the pitch, bowl them out for as cheaply as possible, and then just knock it off.
Any changes from your last match?
Yeah, we have one change. Darwin Ford is out for Kester Lestrade.
Okay. You're in third position, undefeated. You've had the one abandoned match in Nevis. How has that affected your frame of mind towards the competition, knowing you were leading before that game?
Well, it just puts the onus on us. Every game from now on is a must-win for us to solidify ourselves in the finals. So, I mean, the boys know that. You see that with the last performance against Guyana, it was clinical. So it's just doing the right things as much as possible. I still feel our batting hasn't clicked. It hasn't been the best. And I feel we're steady improving. You can see over the course of the games that we have improved scores. So that's a plus for us. I feel we just have to go out there and do the job now.
Congratulations. Best wishes, sir.
Thanks.
And you've had it, ladies and gentlemen. We're now going to be having the game starting at 10 a.m. in a few minutes. So join us then.
Well, we are with the action now. The Trinidad and Tobago team, they would have won the toss and they opted to take first strike. Of course, we have a situation here today where in this, the fifth round of matches, the fourth place, Trinidad and Tobago coming up against the third place, Windward Islands. And all teams would have played 4 matches in this tournament so far. And the USA won. They're out front with some 21 points. Barbados second with 19.8 points. And Windward Islands, they are third, 18.6 points. Trinidad and Tobago, 12.6. Jamaica in fifth position. Trinidad and Tobago fourth, of course. And Jamaica in fifth position with 9.4 points. Leewards in sixth position, they're on 3 points. And the United States, 2 in seventh position with 3 points. And bringing up the rear, Guyana, they on 3.2 points. They have not won a match as yet. The United States, 2, they have not won a match as yet. And the Leeward Islands just winning 1 match. And we are waiting for the clock to tick around for the start of this match. Say good morning to Troy Mills.
Good morning, Earl. Good morning to our listeners and our viewers. A lovely day for cricket as the Windward Islands about to commence.
Edged, dropping in front of slips, and Trinidad and Tobago off the mark immediately. So Trinidad and Tobago 1 for no loss. Gomez, the right-hander, comes on strike.
All to play for here. Sweden, the Windward Islands, undefeated. They, however, had one abandoned match in Nevis due to the rain. And obviously they would have lost an opportunity to perhaps gain some points there.
And of course, the top 3 teams, USA 1, Barbados, and Windwards, all 3 teams undefeated, 2 slips. As it's Murray. So Gomez, the batsman, Mohammed, we had Mohammed, he was off the mark immediately. Murray lefty, southpaw, coming from the far end.
Trinidad and Tobago, they've played here before, so they are familiar, unlike the Windward Islands.
So Murray overpitched and played straight back up track. Mid-off is in attendance and there's no run. An early shower did not last so long, just before the start of play. In fact, the groundsmen at that time, they were in preparation, marking the crease, etc., and covers had to be brought on for a brief moment, but it certainly has cleared up well. 2 sounds there, probably baton to pad. A stifled appeal from the Windward Islanders.
Last night was rainy around the neighborhood, and we're hoping to have a very wonderful day of cricket. We haven't been having any interruptions thus far.
Murray, this one is pushed up to mid-on by Gomez.
The Windward Islands, they can end up in the number 1 position were they to just win all of their remaining matches.
Murray overpitched and coming from the bottom portion of the baton, going into the onside. So end of over number 1, and it's 1 for no loss. Trinidad and Tobago after winning the toss and batting.
A very quiet over indeed. And the Windward Islands, they will want to make quick inroads to the Trinidad and Tobago team, who will on the other hand want to bat and put a good score on the board and then try to bowl out the Windward Islands.
Surface looked a very good one. And not surprising that the Trinidad and Tobago team opted to take first knock. But it's the left-handed Mohammed who is on strike. He's off the mark already. He's on one.
Interesting to Swinton, the Windward Islands said had they won the toss, they would have bowled first.
Well, I suspect that each team would have gotten their wishes. Umpires, of course, in this match, Shannon Crawford. He's from Guyana, not Trinidad and Tobago. Colin Bryan, he's from Jamaica. And Owen E. Banks, he's the third umpire with Thelma Gums being match referee. Oh, loud appeal as the ball goes into the short fine leg position. And the run is taken.
The umpire moving from one square to the other with this right and left hand combination.
Lestrade is the bowler from this, the Pavilion and Kester Lestrade. And he's bowling now to the right-handed Mohammed, who is on, in fact, Gomez. This one is outside off and the wide is signal. So third run coming up for Trinidad and Tobago. Lestrade, tall lad. Outside off, keeping a trifle low. And true to the wicketkeeper, Charles.
Quiet morning so far. I've been hearing the vocal chirping, heavy clapping.
Drives at and misses outside the off stump. Slight away movement there from Lestrade. First a real shot in anger we have seen for the morning. We are just in over number 2. And Gomez, who is yet to get off the mark, he'll advise shot.
Indeed. Much to the oohs and arms of the Windward Island players, they will be encouraged by that, but Gomez will need to settle.
Oh. Gomez looking rather uncomfortable.
That one going through him. Playing the wrong line. No harm done, the ball goes to the keeper. And the encouragement of the Windward Islands, especially the bowler, going, perhaps expecting a wicket any time now. And Gomez might be the candidate they're thinking of.
This time he allows it to Charles, who takes behind.
Two slips, a gully, third man, cover, mid-off, mid-on.
Well, in fact, how many slips? I think I'm seeing three slips.
3 slips, a gully.
But Lestrade continues now. He's on his way. This time it's up to the bat and he's playing a rather nothing shot. Just trying to come down on it and it eluded the outside edge and went through to the keeper. So the over comes to an end. 2 overs completed. And it's just 3 runs on the board. Gomez still struggling to get off the mark.
The Windward Islands, they will definitely be happy with the proceedings so far. The only thing could have been better than this were they to have taken a wicket. But 3 runs after 2 overs, good going by the Windward Islands.
It's the left arm Morido who is operating over the wicket. Gets a good one, coming back a trifle, starting outside off, but going over the top of the off stump. But well played there in the end by Mohammed, just picking up the line and perhaps playing it on height. The ball going through to Charles.
Well left indeed. Very good cricket so far. And the Trinbagans will want to continue on that mode.
This time he's getting runs, getting it out towards mid-wicket. They're taking the first one rather slowly, and that's all they'll be. But I thought the batsmen were off the mark rather slowly, not really challenging the fielder, and not really putting pressure on the fielder and looking to get a second run.
There's always the teaching, run the first one hard, even if it's a single. That will put pressure on the fielder. Sometimes they take their eyes off the ball, looking at what's happening, and the ball evades them.
2 slips in place, backward point, short cover mid-off. He's driving and the non-striker ducks out of the way and it's picked up in the offside, no run. So this has been a good tight opening burst here by the 2 bowlers so far. We're just in over number 3 though, so early days yet. This one is whipped into the onside but straight to mid-wicket and no run.
Gomez may be showing signs of impatience. He's faced 12 balls so far, yet to score. But he needs to be disciplined, to play each ball on its merit. Once he's there, the runs will come.
Oh, that's a quicker delivery, short lift in. And the initial movement there from Gomez, he suggested that he was looking to pull it into the onside, had to pull out of the shot and allow it through to the keeper Charles. So, good snorter there from Murray, showing signs of aggression and effort ball. Oh, this one is the total opposite of the previous delivery, keeping a bit on the low side and going past the off stump. And over comes to an end, so certainly it has gone the Windward Islands way so far.
Yes, they've been keeping it tight. Haven't really seen any loose balls, and of course, haven't seen any wides, which have been playing in this tournament. Some 28 in the last match here in one inning.
So it's less straight once more. Turned off the pad, single.
Mohammed, the left-hander, 3 from 5 deliveries. And he looking comfortable so far. nothing to be alarmed of. We've seen one ball taken off from the slower end, another keeping a little on the low side.
Played into the offside for Lestrade, who seems to be doing a little bit with the ball in the air and off the wicket, getting some slight movement away from the right-handed batsman. We see 3 slips and gully being employed. As opposed to Murray, the left-hander, just the 2 slips being used and no gully. Oh, this is all gone wrong, but save the wicketkeeper saving the day and diving across nicely to his left and preventing some extra wides. Wide, in fact, signal, rather wide from Lestrade, and 1 more to the score.
And I'm hoping that that's not a sign of things to come during this match, because just before he bowled that ball, I was saying they've been doing good, no wides so far. 6 without loss after 3.2. We've just had the first wide.
Oh, loud appeal as he's taken on the pad. Pad remains unmoved.
Extra motivation for the Windward Islands. A little more pressure for Gomez, who has faced 16 balls and he's yet to get off the mark.
Chirping starts out there. The Windward Island players, they would be aware that Gomez is yet to get off the mark and he must be under some pressure. Pulls out of his run, does Lestrade. So the 3 slips in place, 3rd man back on the boundary. There's a backward point, and there's a very short mid-off, fairly wide. Offering the gap, inviting the batsman to drive. Oh, that's a good one, but well played in the end though by the batsman. He just picked up the line and allowed it through. Lestrade has not brought back any as yet. I can't recall seeing any coming back or delivery coming back, so the batsman securing the thought that he's moving them away. He just picked up the line and allowed it to go through to the keeper, Charles.
Maybe it's deliberate. Maybe that's not one of his strength areas, bringing back.
Outside the off stump, 2 wide.
Getting some away movement there as well. The Windward Islands team keeping things very tight at the start of this match, and hence the power play, obviously.
Over pitch and played over the bowler's head. It's going down towards the long off boundary. And he's back for his 2nd run, so he must be feeling a lot relieved getting his first 2 runs. And Gomez off the mark with 2.
A nice shot, but that ball not being as tight as he has been bowling Lestrade. So, but he'll be happy nonetheless. 8 runs in 4 overs. The Windward Islands on top of this power play so far up to this point. Of course, the Trinidad team, the Trinidad and Tobago team, they'll want to bat, notwithstanding they're not getting as many runs as they would like.
Well, we're just in over number 9. Still lots of overs to come.
Over number 4, 5?
Over number 5, in fact. The score actually is 8 for no loss. Probably looking at the wrong column there. But Kirsten Murray, he continues to bowl a tight line and length. It's flashes at, and this gets it as far as a silly point, not really getting the full face of the bat onto that, probably a bat onto pad or just bottom edging it. But this is good though from the Windwards.
Very much so, keeping it tight. We have basically seen just one loosish ball.
Effort ball, but wasted outside off stump. 2 gullies, or 2 slips rather than a gully in place. There's a point, cover wideish mid off. And there's a mid on wide. And all these fielders, they inside the circle, they are looking to save the single. And of course, the slips, in fact, the gully has been taken out. And backward point, cover now. There's an extra cover on the mid-off, that's the offside field now. There's also a man on the third man boundary and one on the long leg boundary, just 2 in the onside, one at wideish mid-on. Played in the gap and it's running out towards the extra cover boundary and it's 4. So despite the fact that the offside field was strengthened, he found a way to pierce that gap and pick up 4, so a good shot there by Mohammed. First boundary, in fact, coming up for the Trinidad and Tobago team.
Definitely a good shot, keeping his eye on the ball, keeping his head straight, coming on the front foot, driving through the covers. Wonderful timing.
This time it's played back to the bowler and the run.
Mohammed 7 from 10 so far. Gomez 2 from 19. Very, very slow start, the Trinidad and Tobago team. And that is in part to the good bowling by the Windward Islands.
This one pushes down to backward point and the over comes to an end. So at the end of over number 5, 12 for no loss.
Halfway through the power play, the Windward Islands very much on top so far. But the Trinidad and Tobago team, they'll need to score runs. But they shouldn't find themselves pressured by this score at this stage. We still have a lot of cricket left in their innings. 45 overs, that is a lot of overs.
This trade will continue. This one is pushed into the offside and the batsman can't score. Let's trade the bowler in operation. Right arm fast. Sporting the number 88 on his back, although the number given on the sheet is, as this one is pushed nicely into the offside, runs here, going out towards the extra cover boundary and cut off, and they're back for 2. So nice push there by Gomez into the offside and he picked up 2.
Indeed. Taking his time. ball speeding away, but not enough on it to get it across the boundary.
Looking to stay this one into the offside, gets it as far as backward point. No run. See some cleaning up operation going on at the football grounds, Troy.
Definitely. The defending champions, they are from in the football Premier League, they are from this region, St. Paul's, and they are going off to Trinidad in a few days.
On the pads, and he's clipping this one into the offside. Would not have timed it as he would have liked, but nevertheless picked up 2 runs down to backward square, just slightly backward of square. And 2 more to Gomez.
St. Paul's, they'll be participating in the CONCACAF Champions League. The second time they are. The first time being 2 years ago, 2023, right here in St. Kitts and Nevis, the first time that competition was held. They didn't do too well that time and hoping to do much better on this occasion.
Wide of the off stump and signaled to by the umpire. So 1 more to the score.
The second wide for the match, and relative to other games that have been happening here, very good going so far. Of course, you wouldn't want to be bowling wides, but we've seen quite a few wides being bowled in previous matches.
This one is closer to the off stump. And the batsman just allows it to the keeper.
Slow one as well. And Gomez showing some restraint on that occasion. 6 from 24 he is. Started very slow. And Mohammed is now 7 from 11.
So Lestrade on his way. This one is in the air. Someone is getting under it. Catch is taken. And Trinidad and Tobago lose the wicket of Gomez. Caught in the cover region. And caught off the bowling of Lestrade. And he goes back for 6. So it's now 17 for 1.
A very good wicket for the Windward Islands. They've been having things very tight so far in this power play. And Gomez, he took a few balls to get off the mark, and once he did, he started accelerating. However, the Windward Islands, they are very grateful for that. Well on top of the power play, 17 for 1 after 6 overs. Trinidad and Tobago team being pushed back on the back foot. Not scoring too many runs in the power play so far. And now they've lost a wicket.
Yes, Trinidad and Tobago, they've kept the pressure on. The Trinidad and Tobago batsmen. And in the end, they have gotten the reward for good, persistent bowling, and it's now 17 for 1. I've been happy to bowl, and they're no doubt thinking that the best time for their fast bowlers to operate, and these are some fairly good fast bowlers, tall, lanky. Offensive shot, played into the offside. So Kirsten Murray Continues from far end. And there's, of course, the new batsman, Christian Rampasad. He's yet to face a delivery. That wicket coming from the last delivery of the previous over. Oh, this one pees off the outer portion, misfielded. And the batsmen were able to pick up a run. In fact, they're getting a second run as they overthrows the ball going into the onside. And what should have been probably no run at all ended up being 2 runs.
Indeed. And the fielder perhaps taking his eye off the ball. And it went through him, and then the other one retrieving and shying at the stumps.
This one is played down to a bit of a fumble there by the backward point fielder. And in the end, it was a case of the batsman deciding not to go for the run. In fact, it would have been suicidal had they attempted this run.
Indeed.
Windward Islands would be hoping that the rain is not following them around. He had some rain earlier on. They would have already had a match washed out. In the air! And perhaps the bowler, perhaps not timing his jump properly. That should have been taken.
Just inches above him. Very unexpected as well.
Of course, he was in his follow through. Let's look at it again. In the air, mistimed it. And perhaps in his follow through was very difficult to backpedal due to the fact that he was in the process of following through. But one felt that's a catch that should have been taken.
You're always advised as a bowler to expect a return catch.
Oh, he responds with a good, sharp lifting delivery. And seems to be the type of bowler with some aggression.
And we saw him digging in one earlier at Gomez, who just allowed it to go through.
Oh, this one, bit of bounce there. Batsman in the end played it well, took the left hand away and got it into the onside where it was fielded, and in the end no run taken. So we've come to the end of just about the first half hour split, and at that point it's 19-1.
Very good going by the Windward Islands team. Quite the contrary for the Trinidad and Tobago team. 19-1, a current run rate of 2.71 runs per over. Just 3 more overs left in the power play. A period when the intention is to have the batting team capitalizing on just 2 fielders in the outfield. A long leg and the third man on this occasion. As Lestrade will continue from the media center end, the pavilion end. He aborts his run. Now using 2 slips. Gully backward point cover, wideish mid-off. Mid-on, a man down on the long leg boundary. The Windward Islands team very much on top of things. Lestrade having 15 dot balls. In the course of his 4th over, so that means 2 full overs have been maidens, so to speak. Really keeping on the pressure for his team. At this stage, one may argue in the driving seat, but it's very, very early days yet. And that one playing Chinese shot, agricultural shot, some may call it.
And the batsman seemed to be a bit confused there, not really knowing what shot to play at that one. And in the end, he succeeded in bottom, edging it past the stumps. Luckily, and he was never in position, never behind the ball, and, rather peculiar looking shot played by the batsman.
That's Rampasad. Faced to just 2 balls, yet to get off the mark. And here is he going eerily over the gully region, going down to third man, getting a single. Getting off the mark. He came and lost trade the wicket taker, who is 1 for 11 from 3.3. One of the lowest projected scores we've seen in the power play down at St. Paul's. That score being given as 134. But we know at the end of the day, the projected score and the score achieved, they can be 2 different kettle of fishes. Here Bart's his run. Not comfortable about something. It's the 3rd time he has done that, Lestrade. Bowling from the media center end. Dark clouds have covered the grounds. Slow one on the leg stump, flicked around the corner by Mohammed, who now enters into double figures. Had some early rain. Covers had to be brought back on. And we had very clear skies. Sun was
A bit overcast on most parts. Like I said earlier on, there was a bit of rain, but it didn't last for long.
getting that one into the onside. They'll get 2. Going backwards square. 2 comfortable runs.
Thing is, the chances of showers in the region has intensified a bit due to a weather system in the area, and it's expected that we might get some showers, not necessarily in this match, but edged.
And it's taking that in the slip cordon, is it?
Well, the
Rampasad is unmoved.
Batsman is unmoved. The umpires are conferring, and we'll see in the end. But obviously, one fielder was going across the other. Let's look at it again. It's very difficult to tell.
Mm-hmm.
On the second slip going across the first slip and shadowing him a bit. So that's very difficult. And let's see what the umpire will decide.
They seem to have decided not out.
No, the umpire cannot give that out unless he has a review. It's very difficult.
And even from this side, we are seeing it's still challenging.
Yeah, it's very difficult. The second slip going across the first slip, fielder. And I think in the end, the umpires, they would have made the correct decision. And if they're not certain, I mean, you cannot give it out.
When in doubt, cool out. The benefit has to go to the batsman.
And a gentleman once told me in 1983, years ago, young man, they say when you're in doubt, leave alone.
Exactly.
So
Normally, the umpires will just glance at each other, a shake of the head, yes, or no affirmative. On this occasion, they chose to have a little conversation. Pushing it that one down, getting up on his toes and playing it backward point. The Windward Islands team, they seemed jubilant, but I wasn't really convinced from the body action. The batsman, he had retained his ground. Perhaps he realized it didn't carry. But no harm done. It's 23 for 1 after 8.1 overs. Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss and deciding to bat first. Outside the off stump is Murray. Lanky left-hander bowling from the Caribbean Sea end.
Murray has been one of the leading wicket takers in the tournament. And so far he has picked up some 8 wickets. Gittins from Barbados has 10. Miller, surprisingly from the Leeward Islands, 9. Leeward Islands not doing too well. And from the USA, Batty has 8, and Murray also has 8. And Vogel from Jamaica, he has 7 wickets. These are the top 5 bowlers in this year's tournament. In terms of wickets, that is.
Shot outside the off stump, letting them, that one go is Mohammed. We saw Battier here for the US. And he had 2 maiden overs at the start of his spell, and he had picked up a wicket or 2. We've seen some very good bowling, very good batting, very good all-round cricket in this tournament. Very good catches, and we've seen some simple catches float as well.
One area, though, these teams would have to tighten up on is the discipline in terms of the number of wides they have given away. And more often than not, the wides might be inflated by the fact that a lot of the deliveries was played down the onside, and they might have beaten the wicketkeeper and going for 4 extra wides. Said that
it's the end of the over, the 9th over, 1 over left in the power play. And the Windward Islands very much on top of the power play, just 24 runs. And they're picking up a wicket. So Trinidad and Tobago really under some early pressures here. It is early days yet. And the helmet, signal for the helmet being sent to the dressing room. So we may very well be seeing the advent of spin very, very shortly. But I don't really know what happened, Smitten. That 27 has put the West Indies with the second lowest test score, New Zealand being 26.
And quite obviously it would make it the lowest ever score by the West Indies.
Indeed.
In Test cricket. But like I said, I've already had a long conversation on that this morning, and I prefer not to
Too easy.
to continue down that lane.
It eases the pain. And I could imagine some persons perhaps not sleeping last night.
Well, I slept well.
Aborting his run, Lestrade. Perhaps need to remark, this is his 5th over, and he has aborted basically every over aborted in 1.
Trinidad and Tobago batsmen going nowhere though. They're not picking up singles either. And this has been very tight by the Windward Islands team.
An opportunity for them to go third. They are fourth. Lestrade again aborting his run. Perhaps need to remark it. No, he hasn't. He has refreshed the mark that is there. Maybe something.
Not certain if he refreshed the mark or he at the popping crease or he just leveled off the soil. He might be getting a bit rough. And he's the one who would have scuffed it up, of course.
Having Mohammed being defensive, getting it out into a mid-off region.
Troy, are you picking up the numbers on the Windward Islands team back?
Not at all, Smith, and that's black would have been a good idea. Perhaps even red, a darker color. Driving outside the off stump. Fumble there by the fielder at mid-off.
It was close to a catch. I think a better effort and a catch could have been taken. It was in the air for some time. But yes, you know, it's very difficult to pick up the numbers on the back of the shorts of the Windward Islands team. As I said, perhaps they should have used black instead of white. You know, if you look at Lestrade's number, for example, it's supposed to be 28, and it almost looks like 88.
Exactly. And that is something, you look at the Trinidad team, they're not having that issue. Rampasad not looking so comfortable and convincing this morning. Coming forward somewhat tentatively. No need to be.
So far, though, I must say, though, Troy, this is the only team, the Windward Islands, have had difficulty in picking up the numbers. The teams you have seen down here so far, it has been quite easy.
And the consideration must be given. And flashing that outside, that one outside the off stump, misses, goes through to the wicket keeper. And Rampasad, he seems not settled. He's 3 from 7. Somehow batting at number 3, he hasn't seemed to have gotten into the groove, settled down. We've seen some agricultural shots from him. He faces Lestrade again. Looking confident and comfortable, and that one has hit it fence. It's the end of the 10th over, the end of the power play, and the Trinidad and Tobago, they are just 25 from the loss, for the loss of 1 wicket. The lowest power play score we've seen here by a wide stretch of the imagination, Smitten.
Yes, indeed, and like I said earlier, the Trinidad and Tobago team, the batting not going anywhere at all. They're not picking up singles. They're not getting boundaries. As a matter of fact, I think we would have had just about 1 boundary so far in innings. I can confirm that. But not surprising, though, in a score of just 25.
And the Windward Islands, they've won 3 matches so far. They've led the tournament from the start with the bonus points. And even when Barbados were scoring heavily and winning, Barbados was second to the Windward Islands. They've dropped into 3rd place as a result of the rained out match on the 3rd round over in Nevis. It was a no-decision match. And one of 3 undefeated teams here in the tournament, the USA one and America being the other, and Barbados being the other. That's a wide. We've seen a change in bowling.
Just to confirm that, Troy, just just the one boundary, as I would have mentioned earlier, and that was struck by Mohammed, who is on 12.
Sweeping around the corner is Mohammed. He was there from the beginning. He's there from the beginning. Quite a contrast between himself and Rampasad. He's a left-hander, Mohammed. Rampasad a right-hander, but the contrast isn't with that. It is the confidence, the composure in the batting. Mohammed easily the more confident of the two. And for the Windward Islands to be leading for the first 2 rounds, they have been suggest that they have been playing some good cricket. Wide again.
But Troy, you notice there are 2 Maoris in this Windward Islands team, and both of them are left-handers. I suspect that, I think those Maoris are twins, but I could confirm that later on.
Driving outside the off stump and missing. And this Murray is Kurt Murray, left-handed spinner who's bowling left arm round to the left-hander.
I suspect, and I can confirm that.
And there's a loud appeal, and the umpire sends him, not really thinking too long on that. Coming forward was Mohammed. And the Windward Islands tightening the screws on the Trinidad and Tobago team as early days as it is yet. 27 for 2 in the 11th over.
Yeah, so striking in his first over. And good breakthrough there for the Windward Islands. They've kept things tight, and they have picked up another wicket. So they're very much in the ascendancy at the moment.
And brothers, twins at that, that's not...
Well, I'll confirm that. But I think,
but overall, twins in cricket, that is not anything strange now.
But I think I would have read an article somewhere along the line where I think it was the Murray twins who were heading for a training camp.
Brendan Boodoo, he is now in. 12 matches, 297 runs. If I'm not mistaken, there are 2 centuries so far in this tournament. We've seen quite a few half centuries. And the batters need to turn these good starts into centuries. Something that happens even at the senior level. Forcing Boodoo to dig that one out. Welcome to the party. That's what Murray is saying. 2 wides from the over. He has 3 Ws, 2 wides and a wicket. That one fuller, wider, and Boodoo, the right-hander, plays it into the covers. It's the end of the over. 27 for 2. Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, I would have to get some clarification though, because there are 2 Maoris, and I would have mentioned earlier on that Kirsten has 8 wickets, but I'll get that sorted out briefly. So. But a good start by Kurt Murray picking up a wicket in his first over and just conceding 2 runs.
We are seeing a change of bowling at this the northern or pavilion end. Current run rate of 2.45. This is number 27. For the Windward Islands. Devontae Dowell. He has had 2 matches, 2 innings, 1 wicket, 1 for 38. His best bowling. They've dispensed with the slips, Windward Islands. Full ball, play down to mid-on. Another lefty. That's 3 lefties so far in the bowling department for the Windward Islands. Some cricketers bowl left, bat right. Shamar Joseph bowls right, bats left. Fishing outside the stump is Rampersad, who continues to look uncomfortable. He continues to look unconvincing. The important thing, he is there still. 3 from 11 runs. 27 for 12, 11.3. Trinidad and Tobago after winning the toss and batting. The state of the game doesn't suggest it was a good decision for them, but it's early days yet. Perhaps his feet were cemented on that occasion, was Rampersad. Not really moving much. Foot movement seems to be a little challenge in the Caribbean. A lot of persons would wonder if these cricketers, as old people say, they go to any dancing. Just a half shuffle. Again is Rampersad flashing at that one outside the off stump, going through to the keeper. A completely different field to Rampersad. Slips are removed. There's a 3rd man, a backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, man down on the long leg boundary, and a man sweeping the square leg boundary. Again, flashing outside the off stump is Rampersad, missing, going through to the keeper. Perhaps the Windward Island fielders are thinking that he's a good candidate for a catch behind. Those last 2 balls popping up, they may want to consider putting back a slip. "12 overs, 27 for 2. According to Smitten, Trinidad and Tobago batting not going anywhere.
They actually called in, and I just went to confirm a thing or two. Troy?
It's Kurt Murray continuing, and he's bowled, playing that one onto the stumps. Murray and his teammates are much elated, and Trinidad and Tobago finding themselves further, 27 for 3 in the 12th over. And the batsman, the right-handed Budu, who was just coming, he goes for a duck.
It's a poor shot indeed. He reached at a wide one, the bat far away from the body, and he dragged it back onto his stumps. And a ball he could have easily left alone. And Murray has picked up his 2nd wicket. And yes, Troy, I was correct in saying that the fast bowler, Kirsten, had 8 wickets in the tournament. He does have 8 wickets, and his brother was picked up 2. Now they are twins, and from Grenada, as I would have said earlier on. So they have it, both of them lefties. Rather interesting set of twin though, Troy. Both lefties, one a fast bowler, and one a left arm leg spinner.
Complementing each other, spin and pace, and no doubt they'll have their friendly competitions between them. And striking is Kurt Murray. into his second over, and it's all twos. Bowling his second over, 2 runs have come off of him so far. He has picked up 2 wickets.
Batsman Budu giving away that one though.
Very wide indeed, Smitten, and the ball coming back and clipping the leg stump. And that has been a challenge with several West Indian players. Shot selection, leaving those wide balls alone.
It was a bit of a nervous shot too, reaching for one wide of the off stump.
And the Windward Island players, their tails are on their backs, playing and missing Lal outside the off stump, and the oohs and arms coming. Guiding that one down to backward point, you see. Rampasad, the strange thing, Smitten, Rampasad, who has looked the most uncomfortable and convincing batter of all we've seen this morning, he's still there on 3 from 14.
Not surprising though, sometimes these type of batsmen are the most difficult to get out. But nevertheless, he's just on 3 though. So having said that he's still there on 3, is that saying too much at this point?
2.13, and that is a wide by Murray, very wide as a matter of fact. Together, pushing that one out in the cover region is Lal. It's the end of the over. And after 13 overs, things are not going well with Trinidad and Tobago. They are 28 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Yes, 28 for 3. And really struggling at this point. And the last match we would have had a try was a low-scoring affair. I think it was just 124 runs scored by the team, Jamaica, batting first. And it proved to be a rather exciting match in the end, though, because Barbados didn't just go out there and knock these runs off. They had to struggle to make these runs. But in the end, we saw the young wicketkeeper Boynes, and I think it was Bell who had a quick fire knock. He came not out there, saw Barbados home. But it's another lefty here. This one stayed down to a backward point. In fact, that's a good shot. 4.
Second boundary of the match.
So, Devonite McDowell starts badly, starts with a short delivery. So, we saw a number of lefties in the Jamaican batting lineup. Now, so far we have seen 3 lefties in the Windward Islands lineup. He's going over the wicket. Oh, there we go again. We are fishing at one outside the off stump. It eludes the edge and it goes down to third man for a single.
When I used to be training Smith, I used to be using some leg weights. I think 1.5 pounds, 2 pounds on each leg to help to strengthen the leg muscles. I'm wondering if Rampasad isn't using some leg weights. We're not seeing too much movement of the feet from him.
Oh, he's playing at 1. This time it's Lal, Christian Lal. One which goes across him and goes to the keeper. So the Windward Islands really seem to have things covered here. And keeping things tight, not giving much away, just 2 boundaries so far in this innings. And like I said, Trinidad and Tobago seems to be in neutral right now, going nowhere. Eased into the offside, but he can't score. And what they've done well too, they've bowled to the field, and they've kept good line and lengths. They've packed the offside field. At one point, there were just 2 fielders on. Now we are seeing 3, a backward square back on the boundary, and the fine leg back on the boundary. And third man is the other fieldsman outside the circle. Short, and my goodness. Well, Troy, maybe you could describe that shot better than me. He was looking to get out of the way, but somehow he managed to, the ball managed, I should say, managed to hit the shoulder of the bat. I don't think it was the batsman playing the ball that time.
Not at all, not at all.
He was ducking and...
Not certain whether to duck or move forward, duck, walk back. But he managed to keep the ball playing the bat in the air, one above the shoulder signaled by umpire Bryant.
Surprisingly, I don't think that one got up above the shoulder. But
the batting of, I am not too certain, perhaps the batters smitten, then they have a concern about the pitch. Yes, one or two have popped up, one or two have played low. Not enough for them to be playing so tentatively as we have been seeing, especially Rampersad.
I don't really see anything untoward about the pitch. You know, you rightly said, I mean, in the initial stage, there's going to be some preparation moisture, the fast bowlers, and especially if you have good fast bowlers, they're going to extract something if they bend their back. And if you are a batter batting in the top order, you should be able to handle such bowling. This is what would be expected.
Indeed.
We must be reminded that Trinidad and Tobago won the toss and they decided to bat. And 2 wickets, though, have fallen to spin. And it's been mainly due to some poor batting. But this is a question of technique by these young batters. Draws away and gets it back up to the bowler. Not a well-played shot either. Technique, not showing good technique there.
The Trinidad and Tobago team, they will have to really do much better.
Gets a quick single, overrun there by the fielder, but in the end, no extra run.
It is extremely early days yet. We have had 2 short days, Smitten, and one we expected to be short went very long, went full distance.
Oh my, this one beats him outside the off stump and might have just stuck past the off stump, probably very close to the off stump. Anguish shout there by the Windward Island players. This one is in the air, but it's safe. Fielder running around to his right from extra cover was unable to get to it. Seemed as though some of his teammates think that he should have gotten there, but I don't think he really stood a very good chance. He had to turn and run back and to his right. And in the end, just a single.
The ball was in the air for a bit, but...
Peel goes up, and in the end, it turned out to be a bit of a stifled appeal as the batsman was taken on the pad. So, Rampersad 9, Lalan 2, but they're certainly struggling out there. And like I keep saying, I keep repeating, going nowhere fast. Coach of this Windward Islands team, of course, John Eugene, he would have played for the Windward Islands. He's a certified coach. I think he was with the St. Lucia CPL team setup, St. Lucia Kings. And he lived for some time in St. Martin, played cricket there. But he's back in the Windward Islands, and he is the coach of the Windward Islands team.
He has some work to do, Smitten. The technique, like you've mentioned, Rampersad.
No, he's the coach of the Windward Islands team, Troy. Windward Islands doing very well at the moment. One not getting up as much as the batsman would have hoped it. It went across him and went through to the keeper.
The Trinidad and Tobago coach, he will have a bit of work to do with these. Rampersad, who has stuck around, and He's 9 from 21. And he's not really appeared to have settled down as yet.
Dowell short, lifting the batsman, dropping his bat. Peel there from McDowell.
And speaking of a peel and dropping batsmen, there was a situation in the test completed. One of the batters, the ball would have gone, brushed his glove going through to the keeper. And the keeper and the bowler looked at each other and there wasn't an appeal.
Edge down to third man for a single. That happens every now and then, where batsman would have edged the ball and no appeal, and the umpire cannot give it out. And we have seen instances where batsmen have not played the ball and umpires giving the batsman out.
I remember a situation with Wiggly Jacobs playing for West Indies.
Short lifting, drops the hands, allows it to go through past him. So McDowell, sensing that there's something on here, and he's not a tall lad compared to the other opening bowlers, a lefty, and he's angling it across the right-hander.
And Wiggly Jacobs, he actually slashed at the ball.
Oh, there we had it. Probably had a single hesitation in the end taken.
Run signal.
So the bowler sensing something here, looking for the outside edge. Keeper, though the ball seems to be dying on the keeper. And one wonders if in fact that was an edge which didn't carry to the keeper. Here we go again. It struck something, probably the player going down to the third man boundary rather straight, and leg by signal. Leg by is coming from perhaps the shoulder. And water break being taken, and we'll take the opportunity try to have a water break also. Well, we're back with the action here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground. Still some clouds around. We are keeping our fingers crossed. We are hoping that we would have play, uninterrupted play, that is. So far, we have been blessed. The first 4 rounds of this competition, we have been blessed with excellent weather. Of course, prior to the start of this match earlier today, while the groundsmen were putting the final touches onto the pitch, some rain came down and they had to pull the covers on. Rain, of course, did not last for any time, and we were able to have a prompt start. And this one is played down to backward point. And there's no run, so Trinidad and Tobago struggling quite a bit. They would have lost the toss, and in fact won the toss and decided to bat and pushed into the offside. In fact, straight back to the bowler. Draws away, looks to force, misses it completely through. It goes to keeper Charles.
I'm wondering, Smith, if 1 or 2 of these players may not be from the under 15 setup, trying to breed new blood.
Outside the off stump, of course, Trinidad and Tobago are one of the major cricketing nations in the Caribbean. They have been known to put out quite a number of good players. And they do play a lot of cricket in Trinidad and Tobago. And a lot of these players, they get the right type of exposure. Player draws away, perhaps not fully ready.
There was a young lady from Trinidad and Tobago, a 14-year-old, playing with the under 19 females here a few years ago.
Yes, I think she got actually got. She was the captain of the West Indies under 19 team, Ramnath, and yes, she did play here a couple of years ago. She was in the tournament here earlier this year also. Ramnath from Trinidad and Tobago. So she would be in the region of 15, 16 thereabout. But she was the captain of that under-19 team, West Indies under-19 team that would have gone on to Pakistan. I think they would have played a series of matches in Pakistan.
Still overcast. There doesn't seem to be much of a breeze. Clouds seem somewhat settled as opposed to be drifting across.
Are your lens, transition lens, Troy?
Yes, they are.
You might have to take them off a bit to get a clearer view. I noticed my lens are also transition lens, and I noticed it appeared a bit darker when I had them on. I mean, I'm not saying there isn't a slight overcast, but it's not as bad as it looks. The clouds are high. There's quite a bit of cloud cover, but they're high. And I suspect your lens making them look a little darker than the flash that outside the off-stump trip goes to Charles. So, I have taken off mine, Troy.
Okay. But Trinidad climbed themselves perhaps out of trouble, 44 for 3 after 17.2 overs.
Taking on the pad, might have pitched outside leg, looking for a run that's not on. what Trinidad needs here now is a good partnership.
And flowing runs as well.
Runs on the board, just 2.5 runs. This scoring rate is flashing down to, oh my goodness, where is he going? Where is Lal going?
Perhaps seen an unexistent single that we didn't see.
That was flashed away by Ram Prasad, a much better looking shot than we have seen him played previously. So perhaps his ungainliness at the crease so far might have been as a result of a bit of nerves. Stays this one nicely down to third man. Now he's beginning to look a little better.
He has been nervy for quite a bit. He came one down. He has been at the crease for the longest period of all the Trinidad and Tobago batters. He's just 12 from 34.
Which means he's striking just about 33. His strike rate is about 33 runs per 100 ball, 33, 34, somewhere in that region. Maybe even less than that.
Well, he's still there. Then they need to try and perhaps pick up more singles. They need to turn the strike around, turn it over. They are there. However, they need to be scoring. Because if they don't, it is suggesting that we'll have a very early day today as well.
Yes, no point, they're not putting a good score on the board because, if they bat out the overs, of course, and they do not have a good score. The way the Windwards has been playing, they would win with a very good chance. But apart from the running, Lal in particular is looking to run for everyone. This time it was Rampasad who was charging down looking for a run. The ball played to the fieldsman in the offside and played straight to the fieldsman and traveling fairly quickly. They get a single, the return breaks the stumps, the appeal goes up, the non-strikers end and the finger goes up and he's on his way. So very much on the cards, a run up, a run out, and good work there by that fielder.
Most correct indeed, Smitten. We were wondering what was happening. They've been trying to run for non-existent runs. And on this case, it had to be, there was some indecision, but a very good throw, uprooting the off stump.
Good left-handed throw there by that fielder. I'm trying to pick up the number, but it's very difficult.
Is that the opening Murray? Perhaps one of the...
It's quite possible.
But a very good piece of fielding. Hesitating for half a second was Rampasad. His partner called and moved early. He wasn't certain. He eventually ran, and perhaps that was his downfall.
Direct hit too, Troy.
Exactly.
Made a big difference.
Maybe if he had started off right away, he may have gotten home, but we won't ever know. But what we do know, Trinidad and Tobago, they've lost their fourth wicket, so they're sinking deeper into the mire. But one may argue that perhaps should not have been a single from the onset. But
I was saying earlier on that the Windward Islands, they do have a packed offside field. And the fielders are in tight. They are looking to save the run. And, it was always suicidal, attempting that run. It's a sort of in-out feel on the offside.
Very tight indeed.
Oh, yes, he's out. Caught. That one jumped up the new batsman and he's on his way. So, Trinidad and Tobago really collapsing here.
Definitely, and Kurt Murray, he is onto a hat-trick.
No, he's not. The previous one was a run-out try.
Yes, correct. Forgive me. 2 quick wickets for the team, but A very good ball popping up. And
well, the scorers, the official scorers, they haven't even had time to put up the name and take it back down.
Cristiano Ramanan.
Yes, he goes back for a golden duck. And Topino, captain in the first match here in St. Paul's, he's not the captain today based on the sheet. He goes out. And golden duck there for Ramanan. And they're very disappointed. What a good delivery though. He jumped at him. And it was the arm ball also. And he took the shoulder of the bat and it went to first slip where the catch was easily taken. And the Windward Islands going bang bang. So it's now 45 for 5.
Not a good position for Trinidad and Tobago to be in. When they played against the USA, Smitten, they were under some pressure. They went on to eventually win the match by some rear guard action.
Well, what they need at this moment is some front guard action.
Indeed. 45 for 5 after 18.3 overs. Not a very good position.
Pushed into the offside by Toppin. Toppin, somewhat of an all-rounder. He would have opened the bowling for Trinidad and Tobago in this tournament so far. Stretches forward. So, 5th over for Murray. He's in the process of his 5th over. He's picked up 3 for 6 so far. Slip, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-up. That's the offside field. All tightly in. Oh, yes, he's playing that one outside the off stump, beaten, and it goes through to the keeper, Charles. And the Windward Islands are a happy team.
Why shouldn't they be? They lost the toss. They were told they'll field. And they are 45. They have Trinidad and Tobago 45 for 5. Had they won the toss, they would have fielded as well. So they felt they would have won the toss when they were asked to field. But Trinidad and Tobago in bales of trouble, 45 for 5. Just 19 overs gone. A lot of overs left.
19, that's a lot of overs left indeed. 19, 31 overs left.
They really have to build a partnership here and keep it flowing. Ramanan, who is yet to face, and Toppin, who has just faced 3 balls. Both batsmen yet to get off the mark. The Trinidad and Tobago team, they really need to settle.
This one is wide of the off stump. Jack back a bit and through to the keeper. So McDowell, he continues.
I think it's the first time I'm seeing a Dowell. I've seen McDowell.
Yes, there's a McDowell, but mostly associated with the US, of course. That famous gospel singer. Leads flashed into the offside. I think his name is William McDowell. He very popular gospel singer. Leads a choir. Don't know if you are into gospel music, Troy.
Yes, I am. I'm into music. Even the dance, all that, I'm not really a big fan of.
William McDowell is his name.
That one took something, Smitten, perhaps?
Yes, and it ran away for a much-needed boundary there for Trinidad and Tobago. Down to fine leg. In fact, it seemed to have taken
nothing.
The bat.
By signal by the umpire.
Yes,
so perhaps the movement took it through the. Had the keeper dive into his right. But it's like the third boundary, I think, for the day.
And much needed one also for Trinidad and Tobago.
They'll need many, many, many more of those. There's a song, how many? Many, many more.
So one gets into the onside though, but can't score as it goes up to square leg.
They'll need many, many more runs to make a fighting chance of this. Trinidad and Tobago, they seem very disciplined as a team.
Short, he gets on top of that and gets it down into the gully region, just bottom, edging it into the gully region and can't score. Sure try, speaking of William McDowell, that very popular song that he sang, Give Myself Away. Don't know if you're familiar with that.
Give Myself Away, very good worship song.
That's right. But Trinidad and Tobago at the moment, they're really giving wickets away.
And on the other hand, the Windward Islands not giving runs away.
That's right. Give myself away.
You should stick to the commentary, Spin.
No, I was just trying to give you an idea of the
okay.
tune. But you might be surprised though, Troy.
20 overs gone, just like that. So,
well, 20 overs, 5 wickets down. And both batsmen yet to get off the mark. Ramanan, he has faced some 6 deliveries, and Toppin, Abdul Rahim Toppin, yet to get off the mark. So, Kurt Murray will continue. One of the 2 Murray twins, Kurt and Kirsten, outside off. But I'm wondering though, why is the Windwards persisting with the medium pacer? You know, Trinidad and Tobago, land of spin, struggling to spin. Driven up to mid-on, but he can't score.
very good question indeed. Since the advent of Kurt Murray, the left-arm spinner, he has not only been pegging back Trinidad and Tobago, he's been picking up wickets.
Most definitely, and one would think that an opportunity here for the Windward Islands to bring another spinner into the attack.
What I've noticed throughout this tournament, most of the teams have been using 7-8 bowlers.
Flashed and dropped, taking the outer portion of the bat of Toppin and put down there by the slip field zone.
And that would have really sunk them further into the mire. The 50 has come up with that single. After 20.4 overs, 50 for 5. That could have easily been 50 for 6.
Yes, 50 for 6. It was very catchable.
As a matter of fact, 49 for 6. They would not have gotten the single.
That's right. Very catchable. And put down that for a slip.
It came just sharp, but it should have been taken.
But really and truly, Kurt Murray really posing some problems for the Trinidad and Tobago batsman. Already he has picked up 3 wickets and he has only conceded 7 runs in this 6th over, the final delivery. Steered into the offside by Ramanan, and in the end they got the single as the fielder fumbles.
The 7th run as a result of a drop catch. So he's really been bowling tight. And the captain of the fielding team, thinking about that, should have perhaps been using another spinner. We're assuming that they have at least one other spinner in the lineup. And Spin been doing pretty good in this tournament.
Yes, certainly, but we have seen a bowling change here from the pavilion end, and from the run that is being marked out, it seems as though they're introducing another spinner. Just to tell you, though, Troy, that the Leeward Islands are on Nelson, and they're playing there at Conway against Guyana, 111 for 1, the Leewards.
Good going so far for them.
Let me just get some individual scores there for the Leewards. Very good start. We have seen them get good starts, but then capitulating in the end. Tilokani, who has been doing fairly well, he scored 38. And then Devanand Singh, he's not out on 39. Leandre Ju is not out on 22. So 111 for 1 there. This is an off spinner. He comes into the attack, tosses up immediately, so this could be interesting. To the left-hander, Durand is the off spinner.
We're seeing 11 wickets, best being 4 for 14.
Draws away and gets it to extra cover and can't score. Of course, these are accumulated figures. They're not figures from the under-19 tournament. Oh, starts well. So far, so good.
Which supports our view that perhaps another spinner should have been bowling previously.
Batsman draws away, Ramanan, and gets it into the offside, but he can't score. Yes. And the Windwards continue to pack the offside field. Oh, he was winding up there, but then in the end defended.
Opening his eyes, perhaps say, oh yes, this is a nice juicy one.
He's not afraid to give it a bit of a loop, Durand. This one is a little quicker, angled into the batsman. He defends. Durand starts with a maiden. Very good over indeed.
Very much so. Tightening the screws. 51 for 5 after 22 overs. And both batsmen on 1. Ramanan, who was there for 14 balls for his 1, while Toppin, who've not come in, he has faced just 7 balls for his 1. Kurt Merrim, 19 matches, 36 wickets, best bowling of 5 for 19. And this is accumulatively over aged tournaments. And that miss there, Smitten, should have been an easy stop, no run, giving away a single, which they could ill afford to do, notwithstanding the score is just 52.
Yes, and of course, you're taking the pressure off the batsman if you're going to give them away easy singles. You want to keep the pressure on the batsman and make it very difficult for them to score.
The run being aborted by Kurt as his captain in first slip was doing some adjustments to the field.
In Nevis, Jamaica coming up against the United States 2. United States to bat in 34 for 1. And it seems as though there's been some reduction in over there. It's a 47 over match. So it's very likely that they had a late start. As a matter of fact, they've just had some 6-6, they're in the 7th over.
And he's bowled all over the place. Is Ramanan. He was looking up to the clouds.
Over.
Playing further into trouble at 52 for 6.
That's pressure, Troy. They have been unable to score freely. And that was really a nothing shot. The ball really turned back into the batsman. Of course, he's a leg spinner and he's bowling to left-hander. And he flighted it. The ball spun into the batsman. He was going at it. He saw it in the ear. He thought, well, here's an opportunity for me to go over the top. And he missed it completely, and his off stump was knocked back. But that definitely has been as a result of the pressure which has been applied by the Windward Islands. And they're playing like a team that has been out front in the tournament so far and doing very well. But we see the physio being called out there for the Windward Islands, so there seems to be perhaps a bit of an injury out there for one of the players. But I was saying, Troy, earlier on, in Nevis, Jamaica coming up against the United States of America too. The latest score was 34-1. We're in over number 7. That match is a 47-over match, which suggests to me that they had a late start there, perhaps having some rain over there in Nevis. And that's the situation with that one. Of course, the match that has been washed out in the tournament for the season so far was in Nevis, which is kind of surprising. Normally, we do have more rain in St. Kitts than over in Nevis. But one never knows. I guess it's just a question of getting some cricket organized to get some rain over in Nevis. And but
52 for 6 after just 22.3 overs. Not a good scorecard for Trinidad and Tobago. However, a very good one for the Windward Islands.
Barbados doing, in fact, the United States of America, they continue to do well. They're coming up against Barbados.
And there's a loud appeal for LBW. The umpire remains unmoved. A very good shout. Perhaps just hitting him on or about the legs, the off stump, and perhaps...
The off stump, moving away. I think that was a good decision.
As well.
Good decision by the umpire. It might have catered for the ball moving away and might have missed off stump.
Left-hander bowling to left-hander. And what I've noticed with the Windward Island team, Smitten, when the appeals are answered and they're not in their favor, immediately they give it up and walk again.
Well, there's nothing they can do. So it makes a lot of sense. And the Windward Islands team seems to be well coached. Of course, they do have a very good coach in John Eugene, very experienced player over the years, and a certified coach. So all these things would have been drilled into the players. And as you said, they're showing good discipline out there. And appeal, and they get on with the game immediately.
Durand, he's now going right arm over the wicket to the right-hander, tapping, who is 2 from 8. Adian Rasha, who's just come to the wicket.
USA won against Barbados. Garg again getting some runs. He's 60 not out. I think Garg has the only century in the tournament so far. Srivastava, he's not out on 50. And Gill, who opened the batting, he is the only batsman to go for 21. So USA doing very well there in that match.
Driving straight back to the bowler is stopping. The USA, they would have had a century partnership for the opening stand in some match, and they also had a century partnership in the same match for the second wicket. So the top batters doing well.
They've been doing quite well.
Perhaps the team that has crept up on everyone.
I wouldn't go as far as to say that they've crept up on anyone. All these teams come into this tournament as unknowns, and you cannot take anyone for granted.
We know that's in theory, Smitten. We know a lot of persons count their eggs long before they even get the hen.
That's right.
And the USA, yes, they've been playing cricket. They've introduced it's the end of the over. After 24 overs, 52 for 6.
I think they'll try from the very first match when the USA 2 team, in fact, the one performed creditably did very well also from the first round. And then the second string team did very well against Trinidad and Tobago right here at St. Paul's. In fact, they could easily have won that match.
I would say they should have won.
They should have won that match. So I would go as far as to say from
the first round,
the first round, every team would have been sitting up and keeping a good eye on the USA.
It would have been folly not to. They play some good cricket, very disciplined. Generally, they are the most diminutive team. But they've been playing some very good cricket all round. That match against Barbados is a battle at the top. The USA in number 1 slot. Barbados in number 2, Smitten.
Yes, and if the USA could put a good total, the USA won that is, could put a good total on the board, they could very much put some pressure on Barbados. But batting second,
problematic.
Yes, it could be problematic for them. So runs on the board are runs on the board. So the USA a good total, they could very much be on top in that match.
I don't know who won the toss, but if I were a betting man, I'll say the USA. Because it looks like they like to win the toss and bat to Smitten.
Well, it makes sense if it's a good track. I played cricket with a good friend of mine, and no matter what the conditions, once you won the toss, he was batting.
Fanning it down to the long leg boundary. They are going to get one. They're looking for a second, which they'll get.
Oh, that's poor running. That should have been 3.
The pressure they are under, it should have been 3, Smitten.
Fieldsman had to chase all the way from short third man inside the circle. He had to dive to cut it off. He was on the ground, and the batsmen were strolling through for a second run.
They need runs, and that's an opportunity where they could have scraped up 1. But they jogged through for 2 runs, 54 for 6. Not by any standard a good position at all. The USA, they like a team win the toss and bat first, and I suspect that they've won the toss most times, if not all the times. And here in stopping, driving back down the track in the offside.
Well, you're correct. They won the toss and elected to bat.
Forward defensive is tapping. So the interesting thing, Smitten, were they to field first? Were they to chase? Would they have such success? Pull it over and the ball pops up into the ear? Not certain if it came off the bat. But trying to sweep was stopping. Popped up. First slip came up the skipper. Picked it up on the bounce, but there wasn't much excitement, so perhaps coming off of the arm. Getting back, trying to work that one into the onside, does so, backward scrape, not getting a run.
What I could tell you, Troy, is that the USA batting is very disciplined, so I suspect that they would perform well batting a second time also.
A single coming after playing that one to the covers by Topping. Easy single. A projected score that has been dropping. It's now saying 105, but as we know, a projected score, it's a mathematical guess, and there are a few factors that can alter this. A few wickets falling, a few big overs, a few maiden overs.
What we have seen from Trinidad and Tobago, though, at least against the USA 2 team, is that the batting seems to go a bit deep, and there was a bit of a rearguard action which took them over the line in the end against the USA 2. So there might be some hope yet for the USA. what they need is, at this point is some partnership between these two. And so far so good. 55 for 6. Long way to go.
2-2 Russia, 3-2 Topping. A run rate of 2.12 runs per over.
Bowling change from the far end though.
And then it begs the question, Smith, is this, it looks like another spinner. So after the change, why introduce? Yes, you want to expose your bowlers, but match awareness.
I think though, the youngster, Kurt, would have had a long spell. And these two, they are looking more and more comfortable against him, but probably resting him.
Oh, what a very bad ball. Getting the treatment it deserved. Perhaps slipping out of the bowler's hand, I'm not certain, Smith, but going high, wide, slow. And we basically had to go to station to look for that ball.
Well, that was Christmas come early for Topping.
4-6 of the match.
Or probably, who knows, his birthday come early. Boundaries have been few and far between. And I think we've had probably 2 boundaries from the bat and extras.
And that is just going to boost, as bad a ball as it was, it's going to boost Topping's confidence and perhaps encourage him to get a little more aggressive.
Bowlers come back well though.
Yes, indeed. Coming across, letting that one go through.
So Isaiah Jones looks like a very young lad.
That is a no ball, so it's going to be an extra ball, a run, and a free hit. The match awareness I was referring to, they changed after the opening bowlers. They brought a pacer from the lower end when Murray was introduced and tying up things. And here is he going whacking again. Not a good ball. And picking up the second six, his second 6 and the second of the match.
So far has really eased the pressure of Trinidad and Tobago, and he's gifting runs. So that's what, 13 runs in the over so far?
Definitely.
No ball and 2 sixes?
Definitely. So the Trinidad and Tobago score rushed on.
Oh.
Rushed down to 68. A run out chance there, Smitten, playing that one down to a short third man. Topping in good confidence, trying to not only get the single, but take the strike.
Yes, I was about to say Topping was counting balls. And he realized that it was the last over of the last delivery of the over. So he was looking to steal a quick singler, and as you rightly said, get the strike, get back on strike. He's enjoying it now.
Indeed, and that 4-6 would have boosted his confidence. And the second 6 even more. So he's raced up to 15 from 26 balls. A few more bangs like that, and it will somewhat encourage the Trinidad score, maybe the Trinidad team, give them a little more respectability in the score. 68 for 6. Still not in a good position. But it's Duran to try from this day media center end again.
Well, the pundits, and you like to speak of pundits, you know, at the same time excluding yourself, the pundits would say, just add 2 wickets to the present score, and you'll see how good your position is.
That'll change the dynamics of the game completely.
Well, I don't think in this case it will just make it a lot better for the Windward Islands, because it's very much in favor of the Windward Islands at the moment.
And that one tossed up, given some ear. Play down to the mid-off region by the left-handed Rasha. Duran is wicketless so far. But he has also been very tight, extremely tight as a vice grip. He's into his 4th over and has just given up 1 run.
I think though his team position has allowed him to be tight. And another day, some of those deliveries he has been bowling would have been sailing over the boundary.
Indeed, because they're not the best of balls, as it were. The batters are exercising some restraint, being very cautious, perhaps overly cautious. And it's the end of the over. Trinidad and Tobago, they've raised to 68, perhaps skyrocketed to 68 for 6, I should say. By those 2 sixes.
Yes, they've really jumped, jumped the line, so to speak, with those 2 sixes. Thanks to Toppin. He's a big lad. And now we see, for him, the long and long off extra cover back on the boundary.
Wide ball spin, which is, the white balls have been far and few as well.
I think though if the young man Isaiah Jones, he does not pick up a wicket in this over.
Oh, very lucky there. A full toss just being played down to the mid-on region, perhaps should have been over the boundary, and Topping at the other end, the non-strikers, and after taking a single, is mad with himself, and he just so.
Yes, I was saying that if he does not really pick up a wicket in this over, I think if I was the captain, I would take him out of the attack for a while. He seems to lack the sort of control at this point. This is a stage at which the Windward Islands team would be looking to go for the jugular.
Another full one, this time outside the over, and very fortuitous, I think, was Jones again.
This is what I'm speaking about. He's over pitching again.
He's into his 2nd over. He's given up 15 runs. The most expensive of the Windward Island bowlers. And he'll have to come with something special. That, and not as full, tossed up. And going through to Russia, left-handed. Here is Jones again, right arm over, bringing Russia forward, perhaps a little cautious, mindful that the score is 70 for 6. Trying to whack that one on the onside, the offside, not making any connection.
You see, Jones has been sort of more cubical. He bowls a couple of good deliveries and then he serves up a bad one.
It's a little fuller, just about leg stump. Played into the onside. Only 2 runs given up in that over, though.
Yes,
one wide, 1 run.
Much better over. And captain would be happy with that, but at this point, you cannot allow the batsman to settle. They should be looking to go for the kill at this point and bring back one of his strike bowlers. And we see the other Maui warming up. So who knows, perhaps he might be brought back from the far end. But if I was the captain, I certainly would bring him back from the far end. He's the leading wicket taker in this year's tournament so far. So definitely I'll go with him in the next over, despite the fact that young Jones finished well. Go for the kill at this point.
And that is something we haven't been doing very good, going for the jugular. You have a team down, go for the count out, as opposed to allowing them to inch and claw themselves back into the game. Very good ball by Duran.
Well, they are youngsters, they're under 19, but they learn as their career progress.
Tapping again, being pulled forward defensively.
Seem to be winding up just now, though.
Tapping has been extremely tight, the tightest of all bowlers. Just the one run, and there's a loud appeal, and drifting down the leg side, and Tapping really looking to put a good whack on that one. Umpire Bryant not convinced, so there was no need for the MR on that occasion. Mental review. And trying to go big again was Tapping. Getting a single that perhaps should not have been, but a single nonetheless. He goes to 16. Rasha, who is on 2 now, comes into the attack. And what I can't understand, strike bowlers, you've bowled out your inning, but your strike bowlers haven't bowled their maximum. And here's Rasha being aggressive, not being able to beat the fielder at mid-wicket. Your better bowlers, they haven't bowled their full quota. The more successful bowlers, they haven't bowled their full quotas yet. Coming forward is Rasha. He's on a Nelson. 2 runs from 22 balls, and it's the end of the 30th over. 71 for 6, Trinidad and Tobago, still in trouble, but clawing themselves, inching themselves, creeping themselves into a better position.
Oh, yes, and it seems as though I would have read the situation incorrectly. I saw Murray warming up, but Isaiah Jones will continue from the far end.
Perhaps what we've seen is not really the best of him.
Well, perhaps, and normally the team, the coach, the captain, they'll know what to expect from their players. So the captain, of course, would have some confidence in the young man. But nevertheless, though, I think it's an ideal point at which they should go for the kill. As this one is tossed up by Jones, and bring back your leading wicket taker at this point.
The opening bowlers would have had, 5 overs each, so they have another 5.
Right, mark you, the spin bowlers are the ones who have been taking the wickets, apart from the one wicket that Lestrade picked up. But the spin bowlers, they are the ones who have been doing the job. The bowlers generally, they have kept it tight. All the bowlers, they have done a very good job. They've only seen young Jones being roughed up a bit with bowling a couple full pitch deliveries as the over comes to an end. So, 72 for 6, Trinidad and Tobago looking to put up a bit of a fight here. And projected score 117.
The West Indies trying to encourage the resurgence of fast bowlers, at the same time trying to encourage especially wrist spinners. They would have had a camp for wrist spinners a few weeks ago, and we are seeing quite a few in this tournament.
Keeping a trifle low, dugout kept out. Russia is on 2 from 24 deliveries, so he has soaked up quite a number of deliveries in this inning so far. It's on outside off.
Joanne Smitten, he's into his 6th over, and he has only conceded just 2 runs.
This one is in the air, and it's going out towards mid-wicket. And the 6. So Russia must have heard you. And he responded.
Under the commentator's curse, as it were. That was a bad ball nonetheless.
Murray continues to warm up. He's down here at long off. And we just might see him into the attack sometime soon. So the Trinidad and Tobago team, they're very short on fours, but they've been clearing the ropes. That's of course the third six being struck. Responds well. The bowler, the batsman also responds well. He defends well. This one is just played quietly into the offside. Troy, the weather certainly clearing up quite nicely.
Most certainly so. The sky has fought its way through.
Over comes to an end, but these two looking very comfortable for Trinidad and Tobago.
And fighting themselves back into the game. There was a point I wondered if they would have gotten to 100. They are topping. He's asking for something. There seems to be some hesitation. We heard him clearly say the umps said you can bring it. And whatever it is has been brought to him, or it's a drink.
It's very humid out there, so no wonder the players are keen to get a bit of a refreshment. Even where we sit here in the box, we do have a cooling breeze, but at times it becomes very parched.
The umpires haven't used an extra water break for any session, as warm as it has been.
Sessions have not been that long. In most cases. No need for an extra water break.
And the wrist spinner Isaiah Jones continues from the far end. Tapping, getting a single playing down to the...
They have it to try. Some spectators walking across. Strolling, I would say. And these got to be people who do not really understand the game of cricket.
Most correct. But they've cleared the side screen. Taking a gentle, jolly time. That one given some ear, perhaps, a little fuller. And perhaps a bit fortuitous. Nothing has become of it as opposed to be playing it down to the mid-off region. That one on leg stump. Played down to the wideish long on region. The score has crept up into the 80s. 6 wickets are down, a projected score of 124. Banged into the cover region is stopping. 124 scored by Jamaica, who won the toss and batted against Barbados in last match. And Barbados struggled somewhat to get there. $81 for 6. Final ball of the over. Driving is stopping. Back past the bowler, who doesn't stop, but is mapped up by the fielder in the long on region. It's the end of the over. Partnership of 30 runs from 64 balls smitten. A very powerful partnership here.
Yes, a very good partnership indeed. And these two looking more and more comfortable for Trinidad and Tobago. And let's see what the captain is going to do. Seems as though it's going to be McDowell coming back from this end. He's taking over from Durand. Or is that McDowell? Yes, it is. It looks like him.
It's interesting, Smitten, because I would have thought the first change between the two bowlers who would have been operating would have been from the far end.
Well, who knows? Perhaps might be a double change, and they would prefer to have Murray, the left-arm seamer, from the far end, but we'll have to wait and see what transpires. Both bowlers, of course, are left-arm seamers.
Left arm over, running away from us. On or about leg. Played off the pads into a mid-wicket region, no harm done. A third man backward point, cover, extra cover. There's a mid-off, mid-on. There's a man sweeping backward square.
Pitch is getting easier and easier, though, for batting. And the topping is looking more and more comfortable. Yes, of course, he's striking at just a tad over 50 runs per 100 balls.
A partnership of 30, the only partnership really in this match. He's the major contributor, 21 from 42. 10 from 33 is Rasha, the left-hander, who is now going to face after a single by Toppin going down to third man. The clouds have cleared quite nicely.
Yes, it's a perfect day, and we are hoping that any rain that comes down, it would come later this evening.
Flicking that one from just outside off stump square on the onside. And the fielder from backward square comes forward to field a single. And the shot, I was looking at a documentary that an Englishman was saying, bowling to Richards, when you're bowling him on the offside, he puts the ball onto the leg stump, on the leg side. And the Chinese shot, not certain where that ball went after keeping the inner edge, but the batsman Toppin running through for a single.
Well, he was called down by his partner. The ball went into the leg gully region, and his partner would have picked up things quite nicely and called him through quickly for a single.
The second water break for this inning is coming up. Left-handed Rasher, 11 from 34. He's facing the left-hander McDowell. Pushed back down. It's the end of the over, and it is a water break. 85 for 6 Trinidad and Tobago after winning the toss and batting after being in bales of trouble, 50 out for 6. A 30-plus partnership, and we're going to head to a break now. The water break has ended. The Windward Islands in the driver's seat. Trinidad and Tobago trying to work themselves back into the party. And they're doing a very good job under the circumstances. From 50 odd for 6, they are now 85 for 6. Some 16 overs left. The pundits might tell you 16 overs at 5 runs, that's 80. 80 and 85 would carry them to 165 smitten.
So
that's according to the pundits.
We are saying they will struggle to get to 150 then if you work it out that way, because I don't see them getting another 5 runs per over for the next 16 overs. But then, of course, we are still playing cricket, so who knows? But they need something in excess, something close to 200 to be in with a very good chance.
Scoring at 2.5 runs per over. Them doubling that from now on, I'm not seeing the case. I was being extremely overly optimistic. That one taking him on the leg.
And of course, the main wicket
from the other Murray.
Costin.
So the two opening bowlers back working.
No, well, not exactly.
It's going to be the left-handed and Toppin driving down to mid-off. Does get a single here.
Lestrade, in fact, was the other opening bowler, not McDowell.
Yes, as opposed to I had it the other way around. McDowell. Murray, he has had 5.2 overs, given up just 9 runs. And Toppin driving. He's going to get a 4, backward square. Getting up on his toes. A big man is stopping. That ball drifting down the leg side, coming well across. And the well-needed boundary. Toppin goes into the 20s, 26 minutes.
Toppin really has settled in nicely. He has gotten the pace of the pitch, and his confidence is up.
Nice comeback by Murray.
That full pitch delivery really got him going from Isaiah Jones, that over pitch delivery which he put away for 6. And then later on in the over he struck him for another 6. So that really sparked him off, and he has really settled nicely.
A very good single. No, it's not a single. Started, sent back by Toppin, and Murray running through, picking up shine at the stumps. A direct hit, as he was trying, he may have been out.
Me? He was a long way out.
And both batters speaking about it. Toppin calling for the single, running off after about 2 strides, saying no abort.
He really almost sold his partner down the river.
We've heard catches win matches. And here is Toppin trying to pull that one square. Missing it, going down the leg side, being called a wide, which the Windward Islands could ill afford. Not the best of balls apart from it being wide.
But a very good take by the keeper Charles, though. Easily saving 4 extra runs for his team. Diving away to his left.
The Windward Islands, they'll still have to keep it as tight as they have been, notwithstanding. Oh, that one popping up and surprising. It's the end of the over. As Trinidad and Tobago, they inch closer to the 3-figure mark, 90 for 6 from 35 overs.
Yes, these two are giving their team something to look at, something which would give them a fighting chance. And the Windward Islands losing the grip a bit on this game. They're still in a very good position because 90 for 6 is by no means a strong position here for Trinidad and Tobago. But, you know, we always say that runs on the board are always runs on the board. So.
And having put down, played well, is Rasha fending it off the body, picking up a single, but not only so, topping the strike, and his confidence has been growing. 26 from 49 balls, Rasha 12 from 36, 91 for 6 from 35.1, projected score of 130, current run rate of 2.59. The Windwards will need to keep it tight. Trinidad and Tobago showing that they have the inclination of being a little more aggressive, dabbing that one down to third man for a single stopping. Very good, sensible cricket, just using the pace of the ball.
Interestingly, long off was brought inside the circle. And then the bowler was just short of a good length, and the top-in played it nicely, getting it down to the third man area where there's a man on the boundary. So, you know, ironically trying to stop the single, and yet the single being given up.
That's going to be a wide down the leg side. Is McDowell. The wides there coming a little faster, not as furiously as we've seen in previous matches, but they can ill afford to really be giving extra runs to the Trinidad and Tobago team without them working for it. But it also means they'll have to bowl that ball over, which potentially can produce a 6. Playing square is Rasha. A ball a little outside the off stump. McDowell, he's into his 7th over. Just 15 runs have been scored from him. He's yet to touch a pad. That one getting up and signal a wide, going over the head of Rasha. So that's another run, one above the shoulder, and it's also rebowling that ball. The discipline by the Windward Island bowlers starting to loosen a bit. Better ball played into the covers by Rasha. Three fours and 3 6s have been struck in this match so far. A very strange score by normal circumstances.
No stranger than 27 all out, though.
First ball a wicket, second or third ball a wicket, fifth ball a wicket, 3 wickets in the first over without run. Person start calling for the head of the coach. On social media, that is. But here at St. Paul's, it's McDowell going through a little quicker to the keeper to end his 7th over. He's given up just 16 runs. Trinidad and Tobago, after winning the toss and the batting, they are 94 for 6 from 36 overs.
Yeah, so nice little partnership continuing to prosper here for Trinidad and Tobago. And batting responsibly, 27 from 50 deliveries, and well supported there by Rasha. And Maui will continue from the far end. And interestingly, he has opted to change his line of approach. He's going around the wicket for the left-hander to the right-hander top end.
That one shot going down the leg side, attempting to play a power shot, but perhaps coming off of the gloves, only getting a single. Had he caught that, we would have been, chances are a 6. So the bowling continued to be not as tight as it have been. That coupled with the fact that the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen, they are now opening up a bit as well. Having been bogged down trying to build an innings, Russia on 12 from 40, facing Murray, driving outside the off stump, missing. Perhaps the feet not getting, especially the front foot, not getting as close to the ball as he needed to. The Trinidad and Tobago batters, they were being a little cautious, perhaps overly cautious. That has now been replaced by almost normal cricket. Flicking that to mid-wicket, they're going to get one. Running back for a second, which is very good running, which we have been accusing them of not really doing much of in the innings. But perhaps realizing they need runs, it's coming to the end of their 50 overs, they need to put on a little more pressure. Very good running indeed. Russia will continue to face the left-handed Kirsten Murray. And there's a low appeal, catching the edges, Murray. And Russia giving a simple catch to the keeper, hangs his head and walks off. 97 for 7, Trinidad and Tobago.
So the partnership finally broken. The Windward Islands bringing back their leading wicket taker in this year's tournament. It was just short of a good day. Lifting, the batsman playing, taking the outer portion of the bat and going through to the keeper. Easiest of catches. And Kirsten Murray is on the board. He's picked up his first wicket. But Russia, good fighting, 14 runs from 42 deliveries for his team, and but they certainly needed a lot more at this point.
Well-deserved Russia, but well-deserved Murray, but Russia must be commended, Smith. He walked. When the umpire signaled out, he had already turned his back to him and was walking back to the pavilion. We don't see that too many times. So that's very good by this young man. Zakari Madre, he's now in, topping on 28 from 51 balls. Will remain the non-striker, and it's another left-hander for the Trinidad and Tobago team. They should get to 100. How many after that? We'll have to wait and see. And I use should get to 100 quite sparingly. As Smith would tell you, the West Indies lost their first 3 wickets in 1 over without scoring.
Well, I wouldn't tell you that because I certainly didn't see when they batted a second time around. So, but this is a good lively burst here from young Kirsten Murray.
Playing square is left-handed Madre, who is still not off the mark at the end of the 37th over. 97 for 7, Trinidad and Tobago. Not out of the woods by any measure, not out of the woods by any stretch of the imagination.
Yes, so Trinidad and Tobago up against it at this point. And like I was saying earlier on, one of these the things that these youngsters need to learn, well, I suggested the captains, they need to know when to go for the jugular. They must have that killer instinct. And saw Murray coming back and picking up that wicket, getting the breakthrough. Nicely turned down backward of square, in fact, down to long leg, just a single. In fact, second run as it's fumbled down there by the fielder coming off the long leg boundary, and Toppin seizing the opportunity to pick up the extra run. He moves into the 30s.
Very good awareness by Toppin on that occasion. He turned, he had basically settled for the single. However, he was alert, looking, and once he saw that fumble, he was already about 2 yards down the track. He was able to call his partner and picked up an extra run.
Toppin, of course, looking to eke out every single run he can for his team. 99, just one run adrift of the 100. So landmark approaching for Trinidad and Tobago. McDowell played nicely. This is a wonderful shot. Throw mid wicket, going out towards the boundary. It's in the sluggish area of the field, and they're running for the third. Good running as the return goes into the keeper's end.
Toppin really getting a little more aggressive now. It's the first 3 we've seen for the match. And Toppin really taking the bull by the horns. He has no choice. They have to build a greater momentum. And it's amazing what 1-6 could do.
McDowell is the bowler from the pavilion end.
Barry's Hammond has a son.
McDowell has looked rather ineffective though. This one is wide of the off stump, and umpire must have thought about that one before deciding not to signal.
McDowell has correctly, as you've put it, Smitten, not really seemed that penetrative, nothing special. He's had 7.3 overs, 21 runs. Barry Salmon has a song, What One Dance Can Do. But what can 1-6 do?
Outside the off stump. No shot offered there by the new batsman, Madre. Of course, you're looking at it from as McDowell moves in. Short lifting, that's a good one, where that came from. But well handled there by Madre. Just getting on top of the bounce and dropping it down in front of him.
Beautifully played indeed. Madre not as tall as Toppin, not as much body as Toppin. I found the Toppin being a right-hander, but that was really played well.
Short, lifting, similar delivery. This time he has enough time to get it down to a third man and pick up a run. But well handled there by Madre. And he gets off the mark with that single.
103 now, Trinidad and Tobago. A few overs back, 103 was looking at really a far cry.
Well, like I would have said, the Trinidad and Tobago has shown that they have something in reserve. They have shown that their tail enders could wield the willow. And we saw against the USA 1, at one point they were really struggling to get to that target of 125. And in the end, it was the tail that got them. Murray continue from the far end.
The USA 2 should have won that game, and perhaps better bowler management. They stuck to the script perhaps, which is the challenge. We've seen bowlers coming out, working with the plan, and the match awareness, adjusting to the match awareness. That's an area for improvement.
Maurido, who is hanging the bat out there, not really required at this point, a delivery wide of the off stump. I think at this point what is required is for him to try and lend some support and put Topping back on strike as quickly as possible.
That is what Topping was just playing him. But apart from hanging the back outside Smith, there wasn't any movement of the feet at all. He remained planted.
Well, of course, he came in at number 9. Turned into the onside and gets a single, gets off the mark. And of course, we have seen opening batsmen at senior level not moving their feet either. So at under 19 level, a batsman coming in at number 9. I think you're a bit harsh there, Roy.
Indeed. But that one actually came off the pad leg by was signal. And a Calypsonian, a former monarch for St. Kitts and Nevis, King Craig, he has a song, Rally Round the West Indies, speaking about batsmen like their feet are planted in concrete.
But we have Murray coming. Lone chicken skirts across the field. In fact, he's not lone anymore. There seems to be a couple ahead of him, or one ahead of him at the far end. He was just catching up with his partner.
Mamanchik.
Short lifting and Topping initially thinking of pulling, had to go down flat. Some hostility there from the player. He seemed to have pulled something. The umpire inquires of him, he asks if he's okay. Seems to be okay. Of course, you have to take care of these youngsters. Murray is really running in now. You can see he's looking for that wicket. He's really charging in, left arm around the wicket.
He's picked up 1 wicket so far, which he has deserved, and perhaps deserving to be even more. Very good bowling from his opening spell.
See Lestrade warming up at mid-on, so perhaps you might see Lestrade into the attack. Oh yes, there's an appeal, and I think that might have been a bit high. It's caught behind. They were appealing for the ball, seemed to have cut Topping in 2. For one moment I thought, yes, he might have brushed the right pad on its way through. Yes, certainly, just above the right pad. And could have been for both. Got that one certainly nipped back and came pretty close to the off stump, so it could have been for a leg before, it could have been for caught behind.
An interesting Smitten, way back when bowlers appealed, they used to be specific. How is that umpire for LBW?
It's interesting.
Could you imagine you're appealing saying, how is that LBW? And the umpire is saying, okay, he's out caught. The laws, of course, an appeal covers all ways of all forms of being out. So you don't have to specify.
Of course, when the appeal is being reviewed, if it's being reviewed for a caught behind and it hits the pads, the third umpire goes on to, or the TV umpire, I should say, goes on to review for leg before if there's no edge, even though it might be missing 3 leg stumps. So Lestrade is back. He starts with 1 outside the off stump. In fact, it's a wide signal. Let's trade who we saw at the start of the day's play. Might be a bit cold at the moment.
One thing, Smith, with these reviews, I'm not a big fan of the umpire's call, umpire's decision. My philosophy, if it's hitting, it's out. If it's not hitting, not out.
Play that in the air, drop short of the fieldsman, that extra cover, and no run. Well, I will certainly agree with you totally because, you know, my philosophy, how can a ball hitting the stumps be out and not out?
Exactly.
You know,
because the umpire said not out, and it was grazing the stump, hitting the stump. Our umpire's call not out.
Outside the off stump and true to the keeper. So this is something that, and it's not just we alone who was talking about this. Michael Holding, for example, he was very vocal about that rule. There are other pundits, as they would say, who were very vocal about that rule because, you know, as far as I'm concerned, that rule is a farce.
It is, I agree. Once the ball is going to hit the stump, no matter what umpire says, it's out. No matter how slight it is. Once it's not out.
Flashes at one outside the off stump. Let's trade. Bowls another wide. That's the end result of that one. So, although he would have started well in the opening burst, he has come back a bit cold and has bowled two wides in this over so far.
The West Indies Cricket Umpires Association, they're having their convention currently going on in Trinidad and Tobago. So perhaps that might very well come up as a point of discussion.
Let's trade. This one is closer to the stumps and defended by Madre. Well, the most they could do, discuss and recommend, was, you know, these umpires do not have any control as to law changes. The ICC gets recommendation and they eventually decide as to whether or not they're going to make certain changes. Recently they have been making changes to the laws quite regularly, I would say. Let's trade though, outside the off stump once more. This has not been a very good over by Lestrade. He has bowled two wide deliveries in the over so far and has been outside of wide.
17 runs, 1 wicket from 5.4 overs so far is Lestrade.
He, of course, would have picked up the first wicket. So one is steered into the short point region where it's fielded. So Trinidad and Tobago, they have another 10 overs after this one in which to try and put something respectable on the board. That last column though, not looking too good for Trinidad and Tobago, 7 wickets down. But Topping is there still. He's been batting well. He's on 33. Slow delivery taken on the pad. And rather surprisingly, Topping decides to take the single. And perhaps not surprisingly to Topping, he has confidence in Madre. In fact, there's a delivery left in the over.
Little encouragement coming from the Windward Island team. Who would want to finish strong? Who would want to grab these 3 wickets?
Tail for Trinidad and Tobago's wagged a bit, although this one is flicked in the air, out towards square leg, over pitch delivery. And it's going out towards mid-wicket, and they are running for all their worth for the third run. Every run, pressure save for Trinidad and Tobago. And Toppin picks up 3.
Very good shot. Very good running. Aggressive running by Toppin. The second three he has taken. He's now 33 from 57 balls. Zakari Madre still remains 1 from 11.
So signal for the final power play. We've had 39 overs.
2 fielders outside for the first 10 overs, the first power play. And between numbers 11 and 40, your fielding team, they're allowed to have a maximum of 4 fielders. And then there is an additional 1 fielder for the final power play, 41 to 50. And of course, if the fielding team, they do not bowl their 50 overs by the cutoff time, after the umpires decided, they look at the situation or situations why they didn't.
Well, I think you should backtrack a bit, Troy. I think what you're saying essentially is if they do not complete the 49th over by a certain time, well, there's a cutoff point before the 50th over, if I should put it that way. So I don't think it's a question of bowling your 50 overs by a certain time. You have an allotted time in which to deliver 50 overs or to start your 50th over. And if you do not start your 50th over by this time, you would have that extra fieldsman being pulled from outside the circle and into the circle. So you just have 4 out there. But in the meantime, Kurt is back. Kurt Moe is back. 4 for 11. So far, he's bowling to Toppin. And there are all kind of innovations coming into the game these days, of course. There's that time clock. You might understand it better than I do. Understand it's been introduced in cricket, in Test cricket, I should say. Oh, he's looking for a run which is not on, sent back by his partner.
Well, I was actually explaining the restrictions when you came in, Smitten, and you commented on it, and you're correct. But I wasn't completed as yet. I hadn't completed the explanation.
In the air, out towards wide, this long on could get 4, does so. Useful runs there for Trinidad and Tobago by Toppin.
He goes into the 40, and obviously he'll be thinking about his 50. Once he gets there, he pulls his team further towards a more respectable score. The projected score up to 137 now, and it perhaps could reach 150 if Toppin continues in this mode.
Quick single here. Well, not quick. Single always on. Ball shadowed by the wideish mid on field, and it went out to mid-wicket where it was picked up there by McDowell. And 1 more to the score. So we have another 9 overs after this. And if Trinidad and Tobago go at least 5 runs forward, that's 45 runs, they could get to 161, so you'll never know.
Toppin, he's getting closer to his half. He's batted well. He has deserved it were he to get there.
I think Toppin was given a life earlier on at slips.
Caught in the slips, put
down.
And that's very early in his innings.
Well, they tell you catches win matches.
And that may have been the difference between the score then, now, and the result.
Straight takes him on the pad. He was moving across. The appeal from Lestrade, not supported by his teammates. In fact, maybe just 1 or 2 of his teammates with a rather, soft appeal. Not much support there.
That was more hopeful than anything else. The correct decision by the umpire. And the players.
Illustrated. Draws over, lifts it over, long on, it's going. In fact, it's plodding a bit and gets there. Well, I'm not too certain. We'll have to have a review on that. I don't know if we can have a mental review, but it seemed to have been flicked back inches away from the ropes. I don't know if the player would have touched the rope. That's the fast bowler, Murray. Me saying that he saved 2 runs.
Which was a good, he initially gave up, spin. He felt that he would have gone, maybe he was spurred on by, I don't know, somebody, but he charged again and he was able to cut it off.
Ball really slowed up inside the boundary also. Stepping out, lifting in the air. And this is good cricket by Toppin, but poor cricket by the Windward Islands. They saw the shot, they should realize what the batsman is attempting to do. And my long on and long off would have been out. Back on the boundary. And here we see the fielder going inside the circle, but, now he's sending him back on the boundary. So the captain seemed to have woken up for the Windward Islands. And it's at a point in the game when we know, and look at the fieldsman, he's not going right back on the boundary. He should be right back on the boundary and moving in. Turned into the onside quick single, and the return is not a good one.
I would have pushed that fielder back after the first shot by Toppin because he's a big man, a powerful man. He has struck some sixes easily. And at this stage, the happy hour stage as it is called, he's going to try to maximize, and anything that he could put away, he will try to. It was good fielding on both occasions by the fielders, why he didn't get 2 fours.
Yes, and he signaled his intention with that first shot, and this is why I was saying too that the captain had fallen asleep. He should have had that man back, steered into the gully region. The batsman, Madri, is looking for a run. It's not on. The over comes to an end. In fact, no. And we have 1 legal delivery left in the over.
Madra, he still remains on 1 from 14 balls.
Well, what he's doing is aiding in a partnership. He's giving some support to Toppin, who's on 46. Very good knock indeed by the young man.
Toppin, who is just 1 boundary away from his half century.
He's a good, solid-looking defensive shot. Played back to the bowler. So the magic spray goes out. In fact, rather interestingly, yes, I seem to have some issues with just below his knee.
Asked for, but it wasn't given. It struck him a little high. But this one seemed to be spraying a little below the knee. But the Windward Islands, they will have to tighten up. Toppin, he's now in full throttle, full gear, 42 overs, 8 overs left, 121 for 7, a projected score of 144. If Toppin continues in this mode, it will be adjusted upward, and it's very easy from this stage to see that being a reality. Toppin, 46. And I suspect even when he gets to his half century, he's going to be more explosive.
Well, it's nearing the point in the game when he has no choice but to be explosive. And 46 from 68, the strike rate certainly has accelerated. And the Kurt Murray will continue. Left arm orthodox leg spin from the far end, and he's looking to pick up the wicket of Toppin here, who's driving out to wide is long off for a single.
Which is a good thing for the Windward Islands because it means he comes off strike. Madre will try to get a single to get him back on strike.
Given time, he might be facing up to Kurt Murray. He gets an over-pitch delivery, and it's played down to Longan and Toppin back on strike immediately.
Madre knows his role, and he's sticking to his role. Support, give Toppin the strike, look for a second one or a third one.
So he's playing it over the bowler's head and down to Longan this time. So they're milking the singles in this over. And this is good batting by Trinidad and Tobago, looking to score from every delivery. And the overs are running out. 124 it is for 7.
And I'll argue good over so far for the Windward Islands as well. No boundary coming.
This one played back on the offside. The bowler stops partially and it's tidied up in the offside. Breeze picking up, getting stronger and stronger. And a nice cooling breeze blowing across the field.
And one can say almost all the clouds
Played
have
into the offside. Quick single.
Why? And one can say, Smith, almost all of the clouds have dissipated. There's a nice fluffy one that's heading eastwards.
Murray once more sent his man back on the long on boundary, asking him to come a bit straighter. On the long on boundary for Toppin. Oh, he's playing that, missing that one, bounced a bit. He's going down towards fine leg. Coming from the glove of the keeper, Toppin sends his man back and buys a signal.
A very good chase by the fielder from a gully position.
You're hearing applause. They probably thought Toppin had played it and he had gotten his 50. But he would have to wait a bit more.
Another 30-run partnership here. Smitten. So Toppin has been involved in 2 partnerships of at least 30 runs.
Very useful partnerships indeed. And that's a 60-run partnership we're speaking of, which is making a big difference. See another bowling change being instituted.
As Durant being brought back to try and tighten up things as well. Picking up a wicket 2 or even 3, of course, the Windward Islands would be extremely glad and grateful for that.
I think they're more interested in picking up a wicket at this point as opposed to tightening up. And there's a quick single into the onside. Gives Toppin the opportunity to get his half century. And my money would be with one going sailing over the ropes with Durant being brought back. Made wicket back on the boundary, long and long off cover. They're all back on the boundary.
Where would you say it would be sailing?
Gets to a good one, which spins into defense, plays it back to the bowler. Very good knock indeed by Toppin. He's driving, gets a single only down to long on. As Murray is off the boundary to field.
What we're seeing here from the Trinidad and Tobago team is application match awareness and working with what's before you. They know they needed to be cautious to rebuild, and that they did.
Durant once more. This one is outside the off stump and comes down and hits rather hurriedly and gets it into the onside. 5 fielders on the offside. 4 on the on. Turns it into the onside quick single. Well taken, well judged. Just eased it into the onside, into a short mid-wicket position, and they were quickly through for a run.
Very good single indeed. It was a twofold objective. Get the single and also give Toppin the strike, notwithstanding it's one ball left.
Oh, he was an opportunity. It was over pitch. He picks up a single, picks up his 50. Thunderous applause from his teammates. And Toppin has played a very good hand there for his team.
Very well so. Came in his team in a lot of trouble. He had a chance early on in his innings. He's involved in 2 partnerships, both over 30 runs, which have made the difference between the 55 for 6 and the 131 for 7.
So we're having another bowling change from the far end. And bringing the changes, looking to break this partnership. The Windwards. This looks like a medium pacer coming into the attack.
They did have a chance to break the partnership. They didn't take it. And they're being made to pay for that, which we've seen too often in cricket, so often in cricket.
Well, it's part of the game. Once you're playing cricket, still chances are going to come. So the thing is, batsmen or players, they do have to try and capitalize on any chance given. Toppin certainly has capitalized on his chance. And another day, he might be bad luck. He might get the best of deliveries and get out. So he's making the most outside the off stump.
Wide signal by the umpire. There haven't been too many wides, but they've come a little more frequently in the latter part of the Fontaine. He's the bowler, or Senior Fontaine. First time we've seen him for the inning. That one called a wide, perhaps a little harsh.
Fontaine, of course, a Dominican name. You had Nasio Fontaine, the reggae singer, and of course, the Windward Islands female team for the last couple of years. I'll get back to that in a while as Fontaine comes in.
That's just within the mark.
Well, what wasn't just within the mark. The batsman moved across, so the mark would have moved mentally for the umpire. I was saying there was Fontaine also played for the Windwards, an all-rounder, predominantly a bowler, right-arm medium pacer. She would have played for a number of years, and she would have retired from female cricket last year.
And going well over Fontaine, not Fontaine, Toppin, perhaps thinking that Fontaine was going to try to bowl at that area. So he gave 2 big strides over in that region to negate that one coming off the edge. They're getting us a couple of runs. But it was good thinking, good awareness by Toppin. Goes to 52.
I think Fontaine would have held that one back a bit too. Bowled a slow delivery, which would have deceived Toppin a bit.
Good all-round thinking by the youngster. Being brought into the happy hour moment. We'll see his character, his mettle. Oh, that one is going out of the park. It was full, it was down the leg side. And that's going to be easily a 6 by Toppin. And the score races on to 135 for 7.
Bad ball in there by Fontaine. It was over pitched. And who knows? could have been pretty close to being called a no ball. But he was put away nicely by Toppin, who was glad for the opportunity to hit it over backward square for 6.
It was not only struck over backward square, it was struck out of the park. So the third umpire running down with replacement balls. And Toppin really opened up since that 6. He's now 58 from 77 balls. If he continues in this mode, the projected score of 159 might be easily surpassed. They may very well get to 160 yard, 170 yard with 5.3 overs left. 33 balls. Fontaine doing the opposite of what his captain would have wanted him to do at this point.
It seems as though I must have missed out on that, though. The Windward Islands, they've changed wicketkeeper. And Charles is no longer behind the stumps. I'm trying to pick out the number of that player out there, but very difficult against that background.
13. Number 13.
Number 13, so that would be Jonathan Dandy.
Very interesting, the reason for the change.
I'm not seeing the wicketkeeper. I'm looking around for the wicketkeeper.
That seems to be him backward square. He just came back onto the...
No, that's
maybe
not,
he went
that,
off.
That's
a substitution.
That's not the wicketkeeper.
But we're back with Fontaine, and here is Toppin going one bounce over to the mid-on fielder, who's a little wide, getting just a single, and Fontaine doing the opposite of what his captain would have wanted him to do.
Actually, that's one of the Murray brothers. That's Scott Murray. And, you know, this is left-handed throw just now.
Yes, indeed.
Scott Murray, one of the Murray twins.
The white numbering, as Smitten alluded to earlier, not helping us at all here in the commentary box.
It's not just the white, the background, you know, is not really conducive. It's hiding the white.
Fontaine, he's coming around the wicket. That one dabbed down to a backward point position, not being able to stop the single. It's the end of the... No, it's not 44.5 overs, 143 for 7. The run rate up a mite to 3.19 as the projected score continues to rise. Working it into the onside is Toppin, getting a single. And the projected score is 160. Some calculations earlier were done on the premise of 5 runs per over to reach 165. That was more optimism at the point when Trinidad were 50 yard for 6. It's looking more realistic now. Fontaine, his first over yielding 13 runs. Would the captain want to bring him back at this time, you think, Smitten? In the happy hour period, 5 overs left. Some teams employ death bowlers. That is interesting. That is very interesting. That ball played by Toppin into a mid-on region. The fielder, the batsman Zap Madre, reaching out and stopping it with his bat. And here is Toppin stepping into his wicket, and his play hard, handsome, getting a 6 backward of square.
That projected score beginning to increase, especially if Toppin continues to bat like that. 150 comes up.
The partnership is 53 runs.
So that bounds would have brought up the 50 partnership between these two and the 150 for Trinidad and Tobago.
But what happened before the ball before? Interesting, Smitten. Tapping, coming down the track, changes. He looks for one, he's looking for two, and he's going to get it.
This is good cricket here by Topping. You could hear him shouting, come, come, come. He was looking for the second run. The fielder was coming from off the long off boundary, and the ball was really bouncing down towards the fielder. And Topping rather aggressively was calling his partner through for the second run.
Going into his wicket, turning in backward of square, getting a single. Him getting a century is not really far-fetched at this stage of the game. He's on Topping 69 from 82 balls. And with some 27 balls left. And the form he's in, Zachary playing at that one outside the off stump, going through to the keeper. He's just 6 from 23, playing an extremely good supportive role, picking up a single, fanning it off of his legs. And another pressure single for Trinidad and Tobago. A few hours back, one might have been thinking 150 was most not realistic. Unrealistic for the Trinidad and Tobago team. That is not the case. They're 154, and the question now is, how close to 200 can they get? Standing up, driving that one through the mid-on region, beating the fielder, getting a single. End of 46 overs, 155 for 7. 4 overs left, 24 deliveries. A runner ball would carry the score to 179. A runner ball equates to 6 per over. 8 per overs would carry to 187. 9 per over would carry to 191. 10 per over, 195. What is going to happen? We'll have to wait and see. Topping his confidence perhaps at its maximum. He's 70 from 83 balls. He has 24 balls maximum to get 30 runs. Would he be? I don't think that's his first priority right now. Kirsten Murray from the far end. Driving is up and he goes up. It's in the air for a long time. The fielder from cover runs around. He turns and throws. Can't stop the throw. Very good running again by Topping Smith. The vuvuzelas and the horns are now out, the clapping by the Trinidad and Tobago team. We weren't hearing it when they were 50 yard for 6. They are a far cry from that now. 157 for 7. And Topping has been the architect of that. That's going to be a wide. Topping coming across, but that one ball going really wide. First piece of restoration work by Topping yielded 30 runs, a partnership of 30 runs, and now this one yielding 50 plus. Winding up for the big hit was Topping. Had to check that shot. Beautiful piece of bowling by Murray. Perhaps holding it back a little. Being encouraged by his teammates. over Kirsten Murray. Picked up 1 wicket for 20 runs. Charges down is tapping, but just getting a single from a 1 bounce over to the long on region. And he's like a hawk looking for that second run, looking for that misfield. Turned into the answer is Madre. A quiet question being asked of the umpire. That one played. So Zakari Madre, he's now 8 from 25. He's been at the crease for what seems like forever. But he's doing an excellent job supporting Toppin, giving him the strike. And playing at that one wide outside the off stump is Toppin and missing. Another single to the Trinidad and Tobago team. .64 is the partnership from 60 balls. Projected score now 83. They have not only given their bowlers something to work at, they are putting a score on the board that they perhaps feel that they can defend. And Toppin, he goes big, he goes large, he goes over the mid-wicket fielder into the boundary for 4 being signaled by the umpire. Thinking of a 6, not quite handling it well. Not timing it well. Picks up a 4 instead of a 6, but nonetheless 4 vital runs, 165 for 7. The projected score is now 176. A few more hits like that from Toppin and it could very well be a projected score of 200. Dabbing that one down to backward of point. Mad with himself. Realize how critical the score is, how the game is poised. Perhaps thinking he should have gotten at least a single and to take the strike. 3 overs left, 165 for 7.
Yes, 165 for 7. Trinidad and Tobago finding themselves in a much stronger position than they were previously, and setting a target that they could work with. And thanks mainly to Toppin. He's 77 out of that 165. So he has done the bulk of the scoring for Trinidad and Tobago. And the Windward Islands now, they are searching for answers. And one of the answers is to bring back McDowell from the pavilion end. And just 3 overs to go.
And that was interesting. McDowell playing it defensively, the bowler running up and fielding, and Toppin looking to get a strike more than looking to get the single. The bowler collected, turned. Toppin was halfway down the track. He didn't even attempt to get home. He was stranded. And a good throw at the end by McDowell, the bowler. And Toppin walks back to the pavilion. 77 from 88. balls. Well played, 77. A good knock, a good innings, good sensible cricket, and putting his team in a position where they could defend the 165 on the board so far. A rousing applaud Toppin gets as he crosses the boundary walk. He is mad with himself because he knows were he to be there still, the team could have gotten closer to 200, maybe even 200. You never could tell. But he is the architect of the recovery, the big-time recovery of this Trinidad and Tobago team. With the highest score of 15, he is now at the crease. He is the non-striker, but enough can't be said about Toppin and his innings. He has done his part with the bat. I suspect he'll be coming back with the ball at some point. And here's Madra trying to get a little more aggressive. A little technical challenge there. Getting on the back foot, getting a single, a very, very quick single. Trying to maintain the strike was Madre. As a matter of fact, Wooplal, Anil Wooplal getting in. 3 balls from the over, so perhaps a risky single. Maybe he has that confidence in Wooplal. Wooplal in at number 10. He's picking up an easy single, playing that once into the cover point region, getting a single. Well played by Wooplal, calling early. He knows his role at this bit of time. Madra, the striker, he's 9 from 28. Down the leg side, playing and miss it. Will it be called a wide? Yes, it is being called a wide by umpire Bryant. McDowell, that's the second wide in his. Oh, no, that's a wicket. A wide, 2 singles, 8.4 overs, 25 runs is McDowell. So all kind of things happening in this over. Outside the off stump, playing and missing is Madre. Much to the delight, to some extent, of the Windward Island team. It's a dot ball. They would have preferred to have gotten a wicket. Current run rate is now 3.71, projected score 176. And of course, that has dropped because of the departure of Toppin. Going driving is Madre, not getting it well timed. It goes out to the boundary. Does it cross? No, it doesn't. They are going to pick up 3 runs, a well run 3 runs. Madre playing through the mid wicket. First real sign of aggression per se we've seen from him, and he has to, because there are just 2 overs left, trying to eke as many runs as possible out of this innings. 171 for 8 from 48 overs.
Yes, sir, 171 for 8. And fairly for Trinidad and Tobago based on the position they were in early on, and giving them something that they could work with. And the Windwards now looking at a situation where they would have to go out there and bat properly, because they're not going to get these 171 runs easily. It's not by any means a huge target, but nevertheless, it's a score that Trinidad and Tobago could work with, and I'm pretty certain that they will be happy with their position, Trinidad and Tobago, after starting poorly.
The intention is clear: pick up as many singles as possible. They won the toss, Trinidad and Tobago, and batted. And at 55 for 6 at a point, wondering if they had made the right decision. 172 for 8 with 48.1 overs. A much better position they are in. And is there going to be a run out and shine at the stump missing? Ruplal trying to get a single. Madra not interested. Actually, the Windward Islands team had 2 bites at the cherry. The fielder in mid-wicket shine at the stumps. Ruplal was nowhere home. They went to the keeper who was backing up. And he ought to have had a shy at the stumps because Ruplal was still not at home. But it's Murray to continue. Fling it in, basically the same shot by Ruplal. Picking up a single on this occasion. Mandra responding well. And this is good, sensible cricket by these 2 youngsters. Three balls, 2 runs from this over. 173 for 8. Another shot again to mid-wicket. They're running 1, they're looking for 2, and they will get it. So Madre and Ruplal very busy. They're not very bulky players by any means. And they're tickling it here, tickling it there, picking up a single. 4 runs in 4 balls, 4 runs for the over, 2 balls left. They will be happy with 2 singles, but no doubt they'll try to see if they could eke in a boundary. Trying to guide that one down to a short third man. They run through for a single, shied at the stump, misses. Very good running, very good understanding between these 2. They're quick, they're sharp. They're very much aware of what they have to do, and they are doing it. It's costing Murray to walk again. 5 runs from the over so far. Trying to turn that one around the corner is Ruplal. Gets a single. Brings up the end of the over, the penultimate over that was the last 6 deliveries. 177 for 8, Trinidad and Tobago. An hour ago, no one would have guessed that we would have been here at this point. And there we see 49th over to begin. But there's a penalty imposed. So it therefore means then that the Windward Islands team, they'll have to have just 4 players out of the circle for this last over. Not bowling the 50 overs at the prescribed time. And going high, going over the mid-wicket is Madre, picking up a boundary. Notwithstanding it bounced 2, 3 times before crossing, it did cross. So his team quite happy with that. A deliberate shot indeed. And the vuvuzelas, the horns, they have now appeared from where? And Ruplal is 7 from 5 balls, 181 for 4. Could they get into the 90s? And going again is Ruplal, missing that one outside the off stump. Ricocheting from the keeper, going down to third man. They'll pick up a bye. 182. And the Vuvuzelas would make you think that you're at a final. Earlier we could have said the Windward Islands, they were large and in charge. Perhaps not quite the case. That one is short. Pulling it backward is Madre. Getting on top of that, getting a single, which is important. It's McDowell. A 4, a leg by, and a 1 so far in this over. Make that 2 4s as here is Ruplal pulling through the mid-wicket region. Well in control of the shot. No fielder out there. So picking up another 4, so it's a 4, a leg by, a 1, and a 4. 10 runs in the over so far. And we have 2 balls to get, 187. Could they get into the 90s, which would be an imposing target? Not a very good score, but under the circumstances. And here is Ruplal trying to go again back with a square, only getting a single, not timing that well, much to the delight of McDowell and the Windward Islands team. The Windward Islands team perhaps not handling the pressure of those partnerships as good as they ought to. Trinidad and Tobago, they have done well clawing themselves into this position, driving to the onside, and that's going to be a run out, is it? Yes, it is. The fielder, rather than throwing in, he ran in from a very short cover. It's missed the bails, and it's the end of the Trinidad and Tobago team. 188, their innings, 188 for 9.
Well, that's it. The end of the innings. We'll be back right after a lunch. I suspect lunch will be taken at this point for the second half of this match. But Trinidad and Tobago, 188 for 8. Hello?
I think you don't, I think you don't, I thought he did.
Well, good afternoon from St. Paul's Cricket Ground. Welcome back. And the Trinidad Red Force team is going out. They managed to put on the board a score of 188 for 9. And the good thing for Trinidad and Tobago is that they batted all of their 50 overs. And after being in a bad situation, a poor situation, I would say, they managed to put something on the board which could give them a fighting chance of coming out on top in this game. Of course, the Windward Islands would be hoping to chase down this total, but at one point this match seems to be drifting away from Trinidad and Tobago when they would have lost some early wickets. And play held up a bit as we see the third umpire going out onto the field. But just to quickly recap, Trinidad and Tobago 188, and this was due mainly to a score of 77 from 88 deliveries by Toppin, who was eventually run out. He had good support from the lower order. 14 from Russia, Madrid 17, and towards the end, Upal got some 12 runs. And thanks to the extras also, 34 of them, 18 wides, they managed to get up to 188. And we had 4 for 20 for Kurt Murray, the left arm seamer from his 10 overs. So now the Windwards would have to try and chase down 189. The batsmen are out there for the Windwards, and it's stopping the starts. And the Windwards off the mark immediately. So 1 for no loss Windwards. First delivery off the mark. And Topping, of course, the hero from the Trinidad and Tobago first innings when they batted. He is taking strike. So Windwards looking to, they have been batting well in this year's tournament. So 1 for no loss. I say good afternoon to Troy Mills, 189. Weather looking good, Troy.
Beautiful weather indeed.
Chances of this match finishing early?
Slim to none.
Slim to none, yes. Defended there by Theo Edwards and Stephen Pascal at the openers. Topping, of course, the opening, the bowling. What do you think would be the approach of the Windward Island batsman, though? 189, the kind of score that, could cause some doubts in batsman's mind.
They have to score less than 4 runs and over, which is not pressurized at all.
Quick single, pick up and throw, stumps broken, direct hit. Good bit of work there by Trinidad and Tobago.
But the other batter wasn't looking at what was happening. He ran beyond the crease, and that could have been a single for overthrow.
Passad doing a good job there. He's at mid-on.
But that's another thing. I don't expect the Windward Island batters to be taking any chances because they're starting in a really not so pressurized situation. Less than 4 runs and over. That's a given.
They've been batting well. They have not lost the match for the season. This one is down the onside. A pacey delivery from Toppin. And attempted flick, but a wide signal. 1 more to the score. So Trinidad and Tobago giving away a number of wides. In fact, the other way around, the Windwards giving away 18 wides in a total of 188. Take away those, just the wides alone from the 188. That's a significant difference. 34 extras, 18 wides. Short and punch out towards point for 4. Backward point. Good shot.
Very good shot indeed. Well timed, well placed. Getting back and cracking that one. Getting a boundary.
So are the Windwards going to just play it safe? What I've seen so far, they're looking to rotate the strike, and a bad delivery has come along, and immediately Pascal putting it away.
They don't need to hustle things, rush things.
Shot. Pascal, the tall of the two batsmen. So I'm pushed into the offside. So the first over of the Windward Islands innings completed, and 7 for no loss. So starting well, the Windwards.
Indeed, and I don't think they were leading after the first 2 rounds by accident. I think they've been playing sensible cricket. I haven't seen them. This is the first time we're seeing them. But I think they're going to be cautious, not take any risks, because there isn't a need to. 4 runs per over, that's really not a pressurized score. However, they have to keep scoring, play good, sensible cricket, and they may maintain their 3rd position.
Well, you're assuming results are going to go the way of the other 2 leading contenders. But who knows? The Windwards could very well find themselves back on top if they get a good victory here today. And of course, that's dependent on the outcome of the other games. Barbados, of course, coming up against USA 1. They were leading the table. USA 1, of course. In fact, Barbados was second, and USA 1 was on top. So, top of the table clash there. Here we have teams 3 and 4, Trinidad and Tobago in 4th position. Chase, lefty. Starts from the far end. Chase, of course, didn't play in the opening match here in St. Paul's. Trinidad and Tobago, just the one slip in place. Nicely pushed into the extra cover region, just timing it nicely and picking up 2. Not looking to hit it hard, but rather timed it and he picked up 2 runs. So that's Edwards, so moves on to 3.
A little more power behind that. He probably could have eked out another 2 runs. Notwithstanding, that's the more sluggish part of the field.
I think, though, the batsman was doing the right thing. He's early into his innings, and he was looking for timing rather than power. And right away, that gap plugged by Trinidad and Tobago. Ooh, that's a good one. Beats him outside the off stump. So what Trinidad and Tobago have done, they've brought a 1 man from the onside, and they've strengthened the offside cordon. So there's a slip, there's a 3rd man on the boundary, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off. And on the onside, just the mid-on, short mid-wicket, and finally back on the boundary. Top in seems to be favoring his leg a bit. We saw earlier on he was administering some treatment. Played up to mid-wicket. No run. So far, though, I like the look of these two opening batsmen for the Windward Islands. They look rather correct.
Correct. And they're looking well composed, well comfortable. And I'm expecting a very good match from this.
Chase. And this one is angled down to backward point by Theo Edward. And no run. Weather certainly has been good. It's excellent weather at the moment. And sun is out in all its glory. Just some white fluffy clouds are around. The sort of clouds you would like to see in the sky when you want to fade it. This one comes from the inner portion of the bat and goes into the onside. So, good start there for Chase. Just 2 runs from that over.
Very good indeed. They don't have a lot of runs to play with. It's a good total to bowl at, gives you a good fighting chance. A far cry from the 55 for 6 that they were Trinidad and Tobago. They did well to get there. Now they have to work on the second part, prevent the Windward Islands from getting there, either by defending or bowling out.
I think 188 would be very difficult to defend in these circumstances. I think what Trinidad and Tobago, they would be needing some wickets, and wickets at the top as early as possible. Stopping continues. This one is outside the off stump. Surely Windward Islands would be happy to see those banana trees just outside the grounds. You know that the Windward Islands do produce a lot of bananas, plantains, etc.
That'll definitely make them feel a little more at home.
Top in. This one angled back into the right-hander and turned into the onside. But Trinidad and Tobago, though, would be looking for early wickets. They batted first, and they were struggling, and they certainly have come back in the game. Thanks to Toppin who goes in now. 77 from some 88 deliveries. He too has just 3 men on the onside. Long leg right back on the boundary. Mid-wicket and a mid-on. Mid-wicket and mid-on looking. Oh, he's whipping this one down to fine leg and it runs away for 4. Badly lined delivery. And good whippage there from Stephen Pascal. And he picks up 4.
Getting into his wicket and flinking it around the corner. Racing down to the boundary. And that's the approach they need. No hustling. So far, these two, they're looking good. Their form is good.
So Toppin, who would like to duel with the ball, aborts his run. Thanks to Toppin, his side is in a position where they could give themselves a chance of coming out on top in this match. Nicely played. My word, he does not move. He just showed the face of the bat and asked you to read the maker's name. Lovely shot indeed for 4. between cover and extra cover, down to the boundary by Pascal, my word. That had class written all over it.
Elegant shot, beautiful shot, wonderful shot, excellent shot. Whatever adjective you're going to use, he was like a clock. He just stood up and played the ball almost defensively, and it raced away to the boundary. Well timed.
So Toppin will try once more. This time it's worked into the onside. This time there's no run. It's good to see these youngsters shaping up well. In fact, we've come to the end of over number 3. And they're going at just over 5 runs, 5.6 runs.
Good way to start. Could they maintain this? They are going to get some very good balls. They are going to get some bad balls too. The extras will come.
What I like though about these two so far, they have shown confidence. The body language is good by these two openers for the Windwards. Over pitch, and this one is played square of the wicket, and the batsman can't score as it's knocked down there at backward point. Rampasad seems to be a pretty good fielder. Good delivery. Chase has been tidy. His line and length has been good. Just conceded 2 runs from his first over. He's in his second over, yet to concede a run in this over. Of course, they're just 2 deliveries. Adjustment to the field, and let's see what's happening here now. The fine leg is coming up inside the boundary, and the cover is going back. Let's see, he's going into a backward point position about 3/4 way to the. In fact, he's been asked to go square. So he's going to go into a sweeper position at cover. Not quite on the boundaries. Some distance behind him still, but that's a very big boundary on that side. Fended by Edward, back to the bowler. So we have a slipper third man, backward point cover, sweeping. There's an extra cover mid-off on the onside. Mid-on, straightish mid-wicket, and a short, fine leg within the 30-yard circle. You've seen a number of lefties in this tournament so far, Troy.
Yes, I don't think they could compare with Jamaica. They've had quite a few Jamaicans. Trinidad and Tobago, they have been a few as well.
Yes, and not only with the batting, and Jamaica would win quite easily in terms of batting, as you alluded to just now. But we've also seen a number of left-arm seamers. We saw a couple from the Windwards today, McDougall, and of course, one of the Murray brothers. His twin brother, of course, a spin bowler. Now we are seeing Chase for Trinidad and Tobago.
It's always a good thing to see left-handers, the variety, bowlers.
Oh, there's an appeal. That seemed, oh, he's given out. He's given out. That seemed to have taken a bottom edge on the way to the keeper. Batsman obviously thinks that he has played it. He walks away immediately. Interesting decision, of course. Seemed to have played it.
Yes, it seemed to.
But my concern, Seems to have come straight from the bat
Yeah.
to the keeper.
He was dying on the keeper, who took it low.
Yeah, so Trinidad and Tobago would have done what they would have wanted to. Edward is the batsman who was dismissed, and Trinidad and Tobago, they have struck early. And if they are going to win this game, they're going to have to pick up wickets regularly.
They will. It's not a score I believe they can restrict the Windward Islands team, contain them, so at the end of the 50 overs, though they may have to have bowled them out, but they didn't get to that score. I don't believe that's a real option. I think they'll have to bowl out the Windward Islands, and they are on that path. 17 for 1 after 3.5 overs.
Well, you're rather hopeful for Trinidad and Tobago. With just 1 wicket down, you're suggesting that they're on the path to bowling
It
out.
starts with 1 wicket.
I know it starts with 1.
That will raise the momentum, their spirits, no doubt.
Well, you're right. I mean, with just 17 runs on the board and having struck early, I think that's something that would G up the Trinidad and Tobago team. Give them a bit of impetus, or if you want to say confidence, to approach the task on hand, chase the successful bowler. So when it's turned into the onside, the new batsman, Fontaine, and the over comes to an end. The end of a very good over. It was a maiden over, and he picked up a wicket.
Fontaine giving away a few runs at the back end of the Trinidad and innings. So he'll now have to try and make up for those runs when he bowled, he gave away. I think there was some 15 runs in an over, if I'm not mistaken. But batting at number 3, it suggests that he is a batsman. Some people argue that maybe the number 3 bats is the...
Yeah, but I'm left to wonder, though, if Fontaine is a regular bowler, and to bring him on at that point in the game, when the batters were looking for quick runs. I was wondering if that was a well-advised change for the Windward Islands. And they might have given away a few important runs there. But we have a bowling change immediately from the pavilion end. And Toppin, who seems to be struggling a bit with some leg injury, has been replaced from the pavilion end. And the bowler, of course, Ratcha. And he starts with the wide down the onside.
And what I've noticed with most of these teams, whether they're batting all-rounders or bowling all-rounders, they have quite a few all-rounders.
Well, everybody bowls outside the off stump from Ratcha. Everybody seems to bowl at this youth level, and to try when you were a youngster. Well, I know you kept wicket also, but as a youngster, you think you can do everything, and you would want to do everything.
Most correct. Some persons may have thought off spin was the easiest thing to do, but you are correct.
Pushed into the offside, no run. Some surprising, I would say, stats would come out of cricket as a youngster. And you would know the famous Derek Parry, who played for Nevis, Leeward's Combined Islands, and the West Indies. This one is driven.
Beautiful.
Beats the field man and runs away for 4. That's another good shot.
Pascal looked like he's seen that ball big as a breadfruit, man.
Yes, he has some class about him.
Yes. He looks way beyond this league so far.
And the good thing about these shots is that he's finding the gaps easily. At least we have had a small sample size so far, but so far, so good. He's finding the gaps quite easily, and it's a packed offside field. And he's been able to pace that field quite easily. Taking on the pardon appeal. And back to Derek Parry. If I tell you that Derek Parry, when we were in school, when we played cricket, Derek Parry was a wicket keeper and an opening batsman. And I'm serious, and he was a very good opening batsman. I remember CSS played a match against one of the teams in the local league, and he made 107 not out.
Wow.
In that match. Watcha, flicked in the air, flicked down towards one bounce down to long leg, and it's tied it up there by Chase, just the one run. Yes, he was, and then when after he left school, he played for the Cotton Ground Cricket Club, and I think he would have started as a medium pacer, and then he went into spin bowling, and the rest is history.
Sometimes as youngsters, you're not certain what you want to be. You try everything.
Short, well played, gets on top of it. Fontaine and picks up his first run. Yes, you know, even Livingston Harris for St. Kitts. That's the wicketkeeper, of course. He himself was a fast for his club Maligno. He never really, started as a wicketkeeper, but eventually went into the gloves. And he made not only St. Kitts team as a wicketkeeper, but the Windward Islands team. Should have made the West Indies team as a wicketkeeper also. But that's a topic for another debate. Of course, the late Paidano, who died, I think, 1 or 2 months ago, a couple of months ago, he was the one who was selected to go on that Pakistan tour ahead of Livingston Harris. Chase, the wicket taker. Chase is bowling a very tight, good line and length, very tight indeed. He's not giving much away. And yes, of course, Trinidad and Tobago would like to pick up all of these 10 wickets, but at the same time, it's important too that bowlers bowl tight lines and length and not give much away.
Most correct.
And just as we speak about bowling tight lines and length, he strays a bit on the hips of Fontaine, and Fontaine is able to pick up a run.
Livingston Harris, he was called Mr. Crisis Man, Mr. Dependable. Quite often when he went to bat, Leewards would have been in trouble 40 yard, 50 yard for four. And he would have played a topping inning, so to speak, pulling the inning back together. Leewards winning before the championship back in 1990, was it?
Somewhere about, I don't quite remember the year.
And he was perhaps the reason with his batting and keeping. Very colorful behind the stumps.
Oh, that one strikes him on the pad, probably thigh pad. Applause from the Trinidad and Tobago players. Pascal seems to have it under control though. 25 for 1.
18 from 15. He appears to be a very classy player, not rushed into anything so far. Cool, calm, comfortable, and collective.
Pitch has been a good one though. We have seen 1 or 2 keeping a trifle from the far end, but this end we have seen a lot more bounce. Oh, this one is right up in the black hole. And what Pascal is doing good, what is impressive about his bowling is that he's attacking the stumps.
That's Chase.
Chase, sorry.
Yes, he is.
He has been bowling, over the wicket for he's a left-hander, of course.
Generating decent pace for his height.
As a bustling run-up. Approaches the crease aggressively.
His action, the delivery stride, is not quite the normal pace bowler action per se.
Well,
but very effective.
I would like to ask you what is a normal pace bowler action, because we have seen so many different actions coming from these fast bowlers these days. Well, I guess you're thinking in terms of the classical fast bowler action. Yeah. He has this sort of whippy action as he comes in. Let's look at him closely. Yes, he's a kind of whippy action. He brings that as this.
Most times, pace bowlers, when they're delivering, as in his case, the right hand is more or less pointing down the track. There's this thinking about looking on the inside of the palm or the outside. But his hand seems to be almost down at his side when he delivers.
And, as you rightly said, most coaches would tell you that for good leverage, that I would not say right arm, but the arm that is not being used should go high. And it's not normal for it to be kept down. Single to Pascal.
Fidel Edwards as a fast bowler. He didn't quite come from over the head.
Didn't come from over the head, period.
He came from that sort of
action.
45-degree angle.
Malinga, of course, he perfected the art, and of course, a lot of young Sri Lankan fast bowlers are copying Malinga.
And there was also Elko Willett that delivered in delivery.
No, Elko was high arm action. The one that he darted in was with the arm ball, which was a very dangerous ball. But generally, he had a high arm action. And if you see, most shots you would see of him, you'll see him with that classical high arm action, who is playing at and missing outside the off stump. Surprisingly, his offspring, most of them have gone into seam bowling. His son, Tonito, of course, his second son was a leg spinner, right arm leg spinner. But his grandson, Acadianto, is also medium pacer.
Well, the apple has fallen close to the tree, however, it has fallen far from the tree. Close because they've come cricketers, and far because, as opposed to spinners, two of, like you mentioned, seam bowlers to good effect. Tonito, he has played for Windward Islands, he has played for the Patriots, I think it's a Nevis Patriots.
This is a nice shot, pulled away, down back of the square, 4 runs.
Easy, getting back on the back foot, well controlled, keeping it down, and as sluggish as that part of the field was, that basically raced to the boundary.
Well timed shot by Fontaine.
And as easy as that, Smitten, the Windward Islands are into the 30s, 33 for 1, somewhat unnoticed.
They're in over number 7. Ratcha outside the off stump. No shot played through to the keeper. At the end of the over.
The Windward Islands, at the senior level, they've had chances to go on, not quite capitalizing in the end.
I think, though, back to this game, I think Topwin must be carrying some sort of niggle. We've seen him had treatment to his, I think it was his right leg, just below the knee. He bowled just the one over, and he's standing there at slip. And every now and then he seems to be favoring his legs.
One wonders, shouldn't he be resting it? As key as a player he is to the Trinidad and Tobago team as an all-rounder.
Flicked away, but finds a short finally in the way. And Madre, he feels well. Well, you know, he has batted. He's not concussed. And I guess the injury is not that severe to keep him off the field, so he's out there. Back to the bowler. He plucks it out the air, no run. But I like the look of these Windward Island batsmen so far, though.
Especially Pascal.
And tells me why they have been doing so well in the tournament.
The name sounds very familiar, Smitten.
There was a Pascal. From Australia. He actually played Test cricket for Australia. Driven and beats the diving extra cover, and they're quickly back for the second run. That's good running. The return comes to the keeper's end. And 2 runs. There was also, I think, a Pascal Roberts from Trinidad and Tobago some years ago. Might have been out of Tobago, to be exact.
The running between the wickets for these two, looking good communication. Unlike the Trinidad team, when we felt there was always going to be a run out on the cards.
Taps down to Turnman for single. So Pascal picking up another run, takes him to 23. Chase. Pushed into the offside by Fontaine. And he can't score. So 2 legal deliveries left in this over. It's over number 8. In fact, 1 legal delivery left in this over. And it's kept out there by Fontaine. The over comes to an end. The end of over number 8. The Windwards, 36 for 1.
Going good, steady. Losing that wicket, however, these two, they are batting sensibly. Pascal, better than a runner ball. Looking good. He has half a century quality all about him. Of course, that's easier said than done.
Well, that is so true. You know, it's all well to look good, but the mental side of it has to be good. as a batsman, you would have to be tough. And that's where it really matters in the end.
Fontaine, he actually made a century against Guyana over at Cairn, batting at number 3. Pascal was 41 in that match. And clouds are darkening up Smitten. There's a slight drizzle. The
umpires are getting concerned.
The groundsmen, they are beginning to get active, as it were. There's perhaps a passing shower. A passing drizzle, pardon me.
Thanks for the correction. I was about to tell you. It's more like a passing drizzle. Or in England, they would say it's a mizzle.
A mizzle, I like
Misty
that.
rain. Misty drizzle. It's a mizzle.
The groundsmen, they are in position, but they are not showing any urgency.
Of course, they will be seen from where the rain is coming from.
Nice single. And these two Windward Island batters looking calm, looking cool, playing balls on the merits. Pascal looking very good. He's now a runner ball 24.
Like I said, the body language of these two batsmen are good. They look calm, they look settled. And even the other opener, Edwards,
and perhaps in the next few years, most of these would be seriously into the senior team.
well, it will be interesting, and I think I'll try and do some research on some of these players. Who knows, some of them might be in the senior team already.
Correct. Driving out to backward point is Fontaine. Pascal, the taller of the two. And enough can't be said about the demeanor of these two batsmen.
Groundsmen are relaxing now that missiles seem to have been blown away.
And what a shot, it was wide, cutting at it. Fontaine coming off the on the edge, beating the keeper, picking up a single.
I think his eyes lit up when he saw that shot delivery and played a bit too early, bottom edged behind the keeper and picked up a single. But I think he got greedy there.
Eyes opening up, thinking that had 4 written all over it. But lucky not to have it hit the stumps most often with those shots. And here is Pascal. Oh my, I couldn't believe that would have been 6. That was so easy, so beautifully timed. Easy 6 over the long off region.
Class of the man. That's an inside-out shot. It was more over extra cover, which makes it an even better shot. It was not like going straight back overhead or straight over an orthodox long off. It was more into an extra cover position, and that is what made the shot such a brilliant one. Well timed, well placed, well played.
He races to 30, does Pascal, 30 from 25 balls. The way he's batting, he may very well get close to a century, if not.
Well, no.
It's Chase who continues from the far end. Left arm over. Fontaine pushes it back down to a mid-off region. One slipping top-in. Backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. A man on the 45, as they say. There's a third man and a man over on the cover on the sweeping the boundary. Driving is Fontaine, not really in control of the shot. Coming off a thick outer edge, going to the mid-on region. Not happy with himself for that shot. Wicket, wicket, wicket is the command coming from the Trinidad and Tobago camp. Looking at this pier in the middle, it is not suggestive that a wicket is going to come soon, but it is cricket. Coming forward, turning that one square, forward of square, is Fontaine. Tapping, perhaps getting some instructions from his camp, maybe about a change of bowler who comes next from the media center end.
So Troy Pascal, in fact, has played for the Windward Islands.
That is where I believe I heard the name for the senior team.
For the senior team, he has played some 7 matches.
I'm not surprised.
And he batted 12 times, 254 runs. His high score, 63. He's averaging 21.16. And he would have played for the West Indies under 19 also.
As he is going, cutting that one square. Run one, get 2. They won't get any more.
He's also had 4 list day matches.
So he's been building himself a little future.
Actually played, his recent matches, he would have had some 5 matches recently in the regional tournament against Guyana Leeward's combined colleges and campuses, Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica. So he has that first-class experience.
He's looking head and shoulders really above these others. I knew that name sounded familiar from some sort. And that is the end of the 10th over. The power play, first power play has ended. 47 for 1. A decentish power play score. We had a game 45 without loss. In the 11th over, it was 45 for 2. That was the last game here. Was it, Smitten?
Yes, I think so.
Trinidad Barbados. Helmet being carried on to the
45.
field.
No, I think that was Leeward's, you know.
Leeward's.
Leeward's,
Okay.
they had an opening partnership of 45. And then they capitulated. They got well over 200 today, though, the Leewards. Pascal was born in October 2005, so this is his last year at under 19 cricket. So he's already among the seniors.
So he has graduated, come through the ranks.
Yes, and of course, like I said, 7 first-class matches. And he's really showing that he's a cut above a few of these players.
Spin is now being introduced from the media center end. Brendan Voodoo is the man. Right arm over. He looks like a leggy. Spin did some damage in the first innings. Will it be symmetrical here? The US, how many they eventually made, Smith?
I'll get to that in a while.
Getting back is Fontaine. Cracking it through the covers, a man out on the boundary. And they've only run one. The ball traveled with some pace to him. The Windwards continue to be batting untroubled as they're closing in on the 50. Pascal slips into the 30s, 32 for 20 from 28 balls. Guiding that one down to a gully position. Short third man, actually. Getting a single from that one being played.
Wow. United States, 305 for a try.
305. Wow, against Barbados.
Against Barbados. Barbados struggling at 56 for 4.
Wow.
Let me try and get some more details here.
And that's another single to Fontaine, 11 from 21. Barbados, they would have scored, have two heavy scores, 290-something and 270-something, I think, batting first. 287 batting first. USA, the only team to go above 300, and they've done it twice.
Twice. And
Barbados on the back foot, similar to when they played their last match here against Jamaica.
yeah, another century for another USA player. Srivastava, 124.
Highest score of the tournament.
And yes, and Gag, who century, I think he got the first on 85. So, doing quite well there. So Barbados are under pressure, 56 for 4.
Well, they are no strangers to high scores, notwithstanding batting first.
USA team number 1 batting has been very consistent though. And they've racked up good scores in all of their matches so far, especially when they batted first.
So it's no accident they are leading.
Definitely not.
And here is Fontaine getting back, playing that one square, picking up a single.
Some telephone.
And the 50 comes up for the Windward Islands, 50 for 1 after 11.1 overs.
Seeing a few telephone digits here for the Barbados team. Top score of 25 from Micah Greenwich. And then you had Zachary Carter 1.
Pascal punches it square, picks up a single. That's all they're interested in.
The captain Dawn for Barbados 9. These are the players who are out. Newton 2. And two not out batsman Boyne and Shaquan Bell. These are the two that won them the match the other day.
Indeed.
They are not out. The two are at the crease, but 308, very tall order for these. So my money, of course, you know where that goes, where that lies.
In the bank.
Of course, we're on the
And the US.
on the US.
This US team, of course, the number 1 team will play the number 2 team for the championship. So it doesn't necessarily mean, as we've seen it, teams going through undefeated in the regular season and come the playoffs.
That might be just the game they lose.
Yes. And there's an agricultural shot by Fontaine. No harm done getting a single. The first slip topping runs around and moves. I remember, I think it was Pakistan in a World Cup. Pakistan made light work of just about everybody, and in the final, nobody told them it was playing. And they just didn't show up.
The United States, team 2. It seems as though, let me get a proper look.
Cracking that one is Pascal. Through the covers, getting another single, 35 from 32 balls. And the score has basically eased up to 54 for 55 for 1, 50, from 12 overs. And no haste, no hurry, no injudicious shots are we seen by the Windward Islands players. So once they continue at this pattern, it wouldn't be if, the question would be when would they reach the score. However, having said that, cricket is a funny game, the game of glorious uncertainties.
United States too, not doing so well against Jamaica, 147 for 9.
Jamaica, they have not been doing well generally in this tournament.
They're yet to bat.
Playing it down to...
That match, of course, being played in Nevis, and that was a 47 over match, or is.
Budo continues, forces Pascal backwards. Coming off the edge, going down to a short third man, no harm done.
Lee was on the other hand, they batted the 47.2 overs. They scored 233. And Guyana 81 for 1 from 16.2 overs.
5 runs and over. Budo continues to labor for his team. 2 runs from his over. He has had 2 overs and just conceded 5 runs.
Yes, he started well. He's doing well for his team. Pascal is a bit uncomfortable to the spin. How he gets out of that is left to be seen. Looked very good against the fast bowling. Of course, he's an opening batsman. So, but he'll be looking to steady, he'll be looking to continue.
A runner ball 36 is he, Pascal. It's his partner Fontaine, who's now facing 15 from 27. Needing 133 runs in 223 balls. Playing that one square into the onside is Fontaine. Getting an easy single. And from this point onwards, singles can do it. It doesn't mean that the fours won't come. 133 runs to get in 222 balls. They very comfortable, easy asking rate any day of the week.
Yes, but of course, the way the Windward Islands team has been batting, they'll be looking for boundaries.
Indeed, and what we're not seeing them do is really taking any risk, and there's no need to.
Of course, they would want to keep the pressure on the Trinidad and Tobago team.
Punching down one to the covers. And they'll need to do that, keep on the pressure. Treat the fielding team under pressure, they may make mistakes. Ones become twos, twos becomes threes. Driving out, they're going to be looking. That one goes deep to the extra cover region. They do get them.
But Troy, if you look at that shot, there's another perfect example of how well Pascal finds the gap. There was not much space between you could call, there are two extra covers. One closer to the battle, one a little further out, and he was able to thread the needle here, as we would say, and find the gap for two.
A question being asked, more a question than an appeal. Perhaps living optimistically the Trinidad and Tobago team. But it's the end of the 14th over, 58 for 1. Pascal run a ball 36.
Thing is, what qualities do we look for in players, in batsmen? And what I'm seeing here from this young man, Pascal, it's really telling me that he is one of a good standing in terms of quality and class, finding the gaps.
That one driven straight back. They're going to get one running for two. Pascal coming to the danger end. His call was too early. He took off and he got there. A beautiful call, beautiful piece of running.
Yes, and he was always going for 2 runs because you could hear him shouting to his partner, go.
And Pascal, just about 20, going to be 20 shortly, with West Indies looking for openers. He certainly may not very well be doing himself any injustice, any harm.
You're talking about senior team, are you?
Yes, senior team.
Well, he has only had 1.5 century so far. Although we know players have gotten into West Indies team in recent times, and very little. Mackenzie, for example, we have not heard much of him recently.
And again, Calypso Craig referenced that in his song, Rally Round the West Indies. He said there are some players who could walk in the team backwards, walk into West Indies team backwards. A line that I like. But they're not being picked while others, you wonder how they get there. Another single to Fontaine. And these two are doing the right thing. They're turning around the singles. They're trying to get a single from every ball. Cool temperament. Finding the gaps is Pascal, like you've said so often, Smitten.
Well, that's the whole idea. You have to keep constant pressure on the opposing team, the team in the field. You cannot really give them a sniff. They've already picked up a wicket. I think that wicket fell when the score was on 17 or thereabout.
Just about there. So this partnership is around 39. One's on the easy sail. The end of the 13th over. And these two, they're playing as if they have all the time in the world, and to some extent they do.
Well, that is true, but at the same time, though, I think the Windward Islands team, they would want to get these runs as quickly as possible. Not that they're going to be taking too many risks. Of course, you never know. At the end of the day, the run rate or the
net run rate
might be a consideration with teams being so close to each other.
Yes, the bonus points, they have been basically
separating teams.
That is true. And I'm pretty certain that it would continue to separate team. I mean, the USA getting another 300, another century. So,
And
seems as though they're going to remain on top for some time.
and they have picked up the most bonus points, if I'm not mistaken, so far.
Well, not surprising by any means, if you look at the score sheets.
Tall, lanky Pascal. Getting back and beaten on that occasion, bringing some optimism for the Trinidad and Tobago team. A quiet over from Budu. Clouds have drifted back in. And again, bisecting the fielder and the man at a mid-off, picking up a single, was Pascal.
Yes, these to continue to build on a partnership which is blossoming at this point. This score having the first wicket, I should say, falling with the score on 17, which means that they are 6 runs shy of a 50-run partnership. 44 runs added by these so far. So good going here for these two. The recent century maker Pascal, and not Pascal, Fontaine. And Pascal, who seems to be in very good nick.
Trinidad and Tobago, or Windward.
Windward, sorry. Windward, sorry.
Getting back feet together.
Trinidad and Tobago at the moment, they're looking good in uniform though.
That one turning away. Pascal allowing it to go. And one of the things we've seen here are not seen in judicious shots. That's somewhat becoming commonplace throughout our cricket. Ball wide, batters going at them wide, taking the edge, trying to pull off the center stump.
Like I said, Pascal and to a lesser extent Fontaine, these two look like two proper batsmen.
Contrary to what we saw for the Trinidad top three.
Yes, these two look very solid. Even Edwards was shaping up well until he got out.
What a break lurking in the shadows. It's actually the end of the over. Water break is being taken. And we're going to take a break now.
Well, we're back with the action here. 63 it is for 1, the score. Last wicket, of course, falling with the score on 17, the last and first. The first and the last, if you prefer to put it that way. Trinidad and Tobago searching for a wicket here.
We haven't seen too many instances, Smitten, where a wicket has fallen after the water break.
No, it suggests that these youngsters are concentrating as Madrid comes in left arm. Overpitched and played into the onside, and it would run away for 4. So reaching for that one and sweeping it forward of square and into the boundary for 4.
Very lovely shot by Pascal. Well timed, cool, comfortable. Picking up another boundary for himself and his team.
4 runs, in fact, 3 runs away from his half century. So Madrid. Nice drive. Here he goes again, finding the gap. Picks up 2. Out to extra cover. Takes him to 49.
I think he should be a doctor, Pascal. Finding these gaps with precision.
Well, he treads the needle quite well. Has a good eyesight. 1 away from his half century. This one is angled into the offside, does not get his 50th run.
A little excited there, asking, perhaps teasing the fielder.
Fended, goes into the offside, and 69 it is. Vice being shouted below. Draws away and punches, but it goes straight to cover point. Fumbles, goes for the run, gets his 50.
A well-deserved 50. He played it. He was paying attention to the fielding of the man there in the cover region, and the ball he just missed the ball, and he took his single, getting him to his half century. Well deserved, well played, this young man Pascal.
So he has the start. Troy, we have seen a couple of, in fact, 300s in this year's tournament, and only 1 by a West Indian. And we need to see more of these youngsters getting hundreds.
Definitely, they've been getting good starts, solid starts, getting into even the 60s, but not going beyond.
So I think it was a 77 today. Nice drive, single. I think it was the Jamaican captain, Barnes. I think Barnes, he got into the 80s, I think, down here recently.
Greenwich for Barbados, got to 85.
85 also. Failed to go on. We would like to see more of these youngsters picking up hundreds in this tournament.
And it is important, it's necessary for them to bat long. Especially the openers. We're not seeing any openers carrying their bat, which is necessary.
And there are lots of time in which to bat, especially if you're an opener.
And the way it is looking, Pascal looks like he could carry his bat for this innings.
For the Windward Islands, they would be hoping. He's already gotten half centuries on 51. 51 out of 71 runs. So has a very good chance of getting 100 here today. He faces.
Indeed, and he's not being rushed to any rush. He's not playing in any rushed manner. Just cool, calm, comfortable, and collective. Good concentration level.
72 to score, 72 for 1. Edged and it goes past first slip and it is going down towards the boundary, slowing up inside the boundary. It stops and they were able to pick up 2. But some people do not believe in this commentator's course thing.
I think I'm going to stop talking. It's been too often I've seen it, whether for the batting team or the fielding team.
Topping the man there at first slip. Fended. And just as we were saying, he seems on course for a big one. He almost gave it away.
Indeed, taking the edge, tapping at first slip, not giving Trinidad and Tobago their second wicket.
I wonder if Tapping is a regular slip fielder, or is it that he's carrying a bit of a niggle, so he is occupying that slip position throughout so far.
The slip, it doesn't entail too much running. However, one would have to be very sharp and flexible.
Well, that's the key thing, and it's a critical part of the field. Just playing it into the offside quick single for Fontaine.
Playing sensible cricket, I think he's also trying to give Pascal the strike, which is good.
75 it is now for 1. Windward's, of course, key target 189 to win. Forces up to point. Can't score, the ball traveling too quickly. Calmly played into the offside by Pascal. Spin bowlers, though, they have managed to restrict the scoring a bit. Swept and swept well 4.
Well done.
Slug sweep.
Well done.
In fact, it's 6.
6.
I would have lost sight of that ball. So it's better than I thought.
Pascal in a lot of form.
So the score rushes on to 81. Now we see fielder being taken from the offside and being placed into the mid-wicket region. But this is good thinking from Pascal. That region was vacant. And he swept it well and swept it all the way for 6. And now he gets an easy single. And in fact, thinking 2, decides against it. And just a single.
We were speaking about Topping and the possible injury. And he actually ran from this. He was injured with the way he ran.
Well, sometimes in the heat of things, we forget. Quick single down to Deepish Midani, fumbles, but just a single.
Good, sensible cricket here. The 4s and the 6s are going to come. The singles are very important.
See the 2 batsmen having some words with the umpire.
It's a good afternoon to Gillian Skerritt, an ardent fan. There's Imelda Al. She's here living in Bastia, but she has found herself all the way over here in St. Paul's, 14 miles from Bastia. An ardent cricket fan as well.
Well, obviously, she has a favorite team. I don't know which one of these teams. should be favoring, of course. There's some skerrits out of Dominica. The Prime Minister himself a skerrit. Tossed up and driven down to mid-on, no run.
Imelda, she's part of the master setup.
Played into the offside up to the sweeper. Just a single to Fontaine, in fact, fumbling, and they pick up 2. Trinidad and Tobago could ill afford to give away runs at this point.
They're doing a very good job, Trinidad and Tobago, at the fumbling. And the Windward Islands, they're doing a very good job capitalizing on the fumbling by the Trinidad and Tobago team.
85. Fontaine waits on that one and then plays it quietly back into the offside. Good partnership between these two. 17 was when the first wicket fell. Tossed up edge and fumbled and dropped. Straight to top end, and Fontaine survives.
He was a member of the circus on that occasion, tapping, juggling here, juggling there. In the end, he wasn't able to hold on to it. And Pascal giving him a chance the over before. Fontaine, this one perhaps an easier chance. High, above the head, he got up there, got his hand to it, but he couldn't hold on.
Might have surprised him. Nothing has been coming that way for quite some time. This time he stayed nicely into the offside, up to cover for a single.
The question is,
well, tapping himself was dropped at slip, so he's just probably paying back the favor.
returning the favor.
He went down to score 77.
I scratch your back, you scratch mine. The question is, could Fontaine capitalize on this chance he has just, this life he has just been given?
Well, not the player you would want to drop at this point. Manu is coming off 100.
You most certainly don't want to.
Seems as though we're having a bowling change from the far end. And the bowler is Upal. Number 74. Looks like 14 from the distance. Starts with 1. I'm surprised that wasn't given a wide, but perhaps the umpire decided that the batsman Fontaine had moved across.
And too often we've seen that.
Driven, but up to... Oh, there we go again. A bit of misfielding there by the player and allowing 2 when it should have been none.
Most correct indeed.
Fontaine won't mind though.
Of course not. Neither would his Windward Island teammates. But
to be honest though, Troy, the outfield is a bit bumpy. You would have traversed the field. It's a bit bumpy. It's not the smooth Warner Park, for example. This one is outside off.
allowing it to go through his Fontaine. But still an area of concern for the Trinidad and Tobago team.
Outside off and spinning further away.
Not being called a wide as well. Fontaine looked up at umpire Foster.
I don't think the batsman had moved that time. But let's see. So it's played to extra cover, who knocks it down, prevents any...
Because he didn't move. It's good to see wrist spinners in this tournament, Smitten. The bonus points are given for wrist spinners who take wickets.
Yes, of course, that is being encouraged. Barbados 80 for 6. Looking to get 306 to win.
That's perhaps more of a dream than anything.
Perhaps you're right.
But stranger things have happened.
Well, 306 runs with 22 overs gone.
28 to get.
They're going at less than, just slightly less than 4 runs per over. And the asking rate when they started out was 6 runs per over. So that rate climbing all the time. It's almost impossible with 6 wickets down. And we've seen what it's like at the tail end of the Barbados team. But the play continues here. It's the captain Rampersad who picks up the attack from the pavilion end. And Trinidad and Tobago searching for a wicket, just 1 wicket down, and the score is 86.
As they say in the cricket circles, 1 bring 2, 2 bring 3.
Tossed up, spinning into the batsman, he gets it into the onside for a run.
A little movement in the on that occasion. Trinidad and Tobago still encouraging their players, which is good.
Oh, this one is tossed up, over tossed in fact.
Very close to being a wide.
Rampersad probably looking to buy a wicket here. Tossed up once more. Giving generous flight.
Very generous. Were he to have left that one, I think that may have been a wide.
Well, he reached for it, got back to it and picked up a run. This one is played into the onside up towards long on, just a run.
And perhaps it's supermarket time here. Maybe trying to buy a wicket.
Tossed up once more, driven back to the bowler. Really seems to be trying to buy a wicket at this point. Trinidad and Tobago needs a wicket badly.
Giving all his balls very generous flight.
So the end of that over. And I think just a couple of runs coming from that over. So in the end, not a bad over for the Trinidad and Tobago team in that it yielded a minimum of runs.
They still have to continue working, the Windward Island batters. Still not really under any pressure.
Well, they can't afford to be complacent.
Correct? They have to keep full concentration going. Both batters having had a chance a few overs back. They, of course, need to forget that and work hard, and it looks like that's what they're doing.
So Bhupal will continue from the far end. He's bowling, looks like right arm wrist spin. This one is flashed into the offside out towards extra cover 4. In fact, that's a bit premature on my part. The ball slows up in the outfield and just 2 runs. Very sluggish area of the ground here at St. Paul's. And for one moment, it seemed as though it was going to reach the boundary, but in the end, it slowed up and virtually stopped just inside the boundary, and they were able to pick up 2. Should have been thinking 3, but perhaps the batsman thought it would have gone all the way.
I think that is what happened because that should have been 3. They ran the first one sort of at a quick jogging pace, as a matter of fact. The umpires were concerned.
Dusting away rather furiously, and he puts it on now, so everything seems to be okay. This time he eludes the diving figure there at extra cover and picks up a run.
These two Windward Island batters continue to work, so too the Trinidad team. But you're not getting the impression that they're going to get a wicket anytime soon, Trinidad and Tobago.
This one is outside the off stump. Batsman picks up the line. No, there's no grip, there's no turn, no real turn for the bowlers. They would have had a couple of chances. Both chances, of course, going to Toppin, who's at first slip. Short and punched, but straight to point where it's fielded, no run.
Fontaine saying true in the last game. He would like to replicate that here.
I think he's driven. And he picks up a single. Well, it will be difficult for him with the score now on. And of course, we have to put on our glasses again. It looks like 97, is it? We have lost the services of our monitor. So 97, so another 92 runs needed by Trinidad and Tobago to win this one.
Pascal, Fontaine, 27.
27, another 92. So it's quite possible. But the batsman at the other end would have to virtually come to a standstill. They would have to stop scoring.
And no doubt he too would like a century.
Definitely. So, not enough runs, not enough time for both batsmen to get 100. The chances lie better with Pascal, who's been batting quite well. And he's on 66.
Rampersad being meticulous in his field placing.
Driven, but straight to extra cover, no run. Delivery tossed up. Delivery looped into the air.
I'm now wondering, Smith, if that is how he normally bowls. More than generous flight.
This one turns into the batsman. Not much space on the ball. From Rampersad. Tossed up. And, you know, he could be kind of tricky playing such bowlers, you know, Troy. You know, there's a guy, Nevis, Swanee. Defended. He's very slow through the air. And I remember I went to Nevis a couple of years ago, played in a match. You know, we're talking Masters cricket now. And I played about a year before the ball had reached me. I almost threw my back out of place. And he was very slow through the air.
So you would have seen Made in Pakistan.
Yes, and I missed it completely and was bowled down. You know, so they could be these sort of bowlers could be very tricky at times.
Indeed, and if you don't keep your head on, you'll see it, your eyes open wide. You think it's a nice, full, juicy ball to hit.
This one is lifted in the air out towards long on, and it goes all the way, in fact, very straight. The fielder coming around, he was running towards the ball, but in the end it went all the way, and it went for 6. He probably thought he was in with a chance, and Pascal goes into the 70s. 72 he is now.
I actually wondered, Smitten, if the commentator's curse wasn't coming into effect, because it didn't look like that ball would have really carried. It did. There wasn't a fielder directly under it. But no doubt Rampersad would be encouraged with that, notwithstanding it's the end of the over.
What was good about this shot, though, is that he hit it rather straight, and the Rasher hit at long on, so he had to move around to his left to try and get to that ball. But in fact, the ball was went all the way over the boundary, and
that brings up the 100.
the Windwards at this point, they're doing it quite easily, which is not surprising. They have been batting well all season. Driven this time up to wide is long off, just a single. In fact, thinking of a second, it's not on.
The Trinidadians, I get the impression they're just bowling, hoping something will happen.
Stabbed into the offside.
As opposed to trying to make something happen.
Well, they would have to make something happen ASAP. Driven, the bowler knocks it down, no run. This match is quickly getting away from them, but a wicket or two here could make a difference. Oh, he's sweeping and missing.
Well, obviously we can determine where the ball would have pitched, even when he got the 6 and the 4 square. Maybe it's outside the off stump.
I've been appeal from the players, so that would suggest something. Short, and he's looking to force this one into the offside, gets it as far as cover. Fielded. The end of the over. And it's 105 for 1.
Indeed.
On a day when you choose to leave your binoculars at home.
84 runs to win. We're halfway through this innings. 28 is Fontaine, 71 is Pascal, who opened the batting. Fontaine batting 1 down. 17 for 1 when the Windward Islands lost their first wicket. So that's an 88-run partnership. These two are doing pretty well. Each of them has had a chance. But they're there. Pascal, he's on 71. And he'll now be facing the skipper Rampersad, bowling from the media center end. There's a backward point, a sweep on the cover boundary, extra cover mid-off, very short mid-on, mid-wicket, short fine leg. Getting back, giving himself some room is Fontaine. Another fumble by the Trinidad and Tobago team. And these two are like hawks eyeing their prey, looking for that fumble and capitalizing. 1 run turned into 2. Outside the leg stump, called a wide. Fontaine looked at it, ensuring that it was, in fact, going wide. Rampersad changing his line now, coming right arm round the wicket. Trying to introduce something new for the batters. Chipping down is Pascal, going aerially, clearing the man there in the mid-off, picking up a boundary.
This is good from Pascal. I'm enjoying it. It means, Troy, I might be getting out of here earlier than anticipated. But, I mean, seriously though, a very good shot. Clearing the man at mid-off, over the top, and down to the boundary for 4. And he certainly has accelerated his scoring. And well on track to get 100 here this afternoon. He's now on 74, another 26 runs needed.
Only Pascal can stop Pascal from getting a century. And we haven't really seen any run-out chances, as it were.
No, it shows that these cricketers from the Windward Islands drilled, and like I would have said this morning, they are.
And here you see driving through the extra cover. Nice work there by the fielder running around from a long off region. Saving 2 definitely.
I'm enjoying the batting of Pascal Troy, and it's good to see a young player really showing class and batting well. And you have no horse in this race, of course, but I'm just enjoying good cricket. I'm enjoying what I'm seeing from the youngster. And he certainly deserves 100 here this afternoon, the way he has batted for his team. I'm not preempting anything, of course, but, you know, it's all good for West Indies cricket when the youngsters could produce the goods.
I'm in total agreement. He's looking head and shoulders above the others. Even the other openers we have seen here, in my humble view. And he reminds me of punching that one to cover, no run. He reminds me of the tall opener from Nevis, Smitten. He's playing with the Leewards. Can't remember his name.
Junior or senior?
He's playing in the under-19 now.
Oh, on the under-19. Well, no one from Nevis has been opening the batting, you know. It has been a case of music. I don't know if you're speaking of Pluck.
Pluck.
He made 28 today, but I don't think he opened the innings. I don't think he has opened in any of the matches.
No, but he opened in the
He does, yeah.
for the tournament
He does.
that St. Kitts Cricket Association put out. And he looks similar to, in my view, similar to Pascal.
Oh,
that one turning away, giving a wide.
But Pluck is a good player. He was dropped from the team. He's back in. He made 28 today.
I don't think we're getting the returns from him that we expect for his quality.
I don't think we're getting the returns from the Leewards that we're expecting, because the Leeward Islands team is a much better team. But, you know, there seems to be a bit of chaos in the batting order. One day a player shows up to a match and he's opening the innings, another day he might be batting at number 7. So let's hope that this is...
Nice one-handed stop there by the fielder moving to his left.
So what I'm saying, let's hope that the Leeward Islands do get it right eventually. I think Pluck would have batted somewhere down at number 6 or thereabout today, 5 or 6.
Another player from the Leewards I expected to be doing fairly well is LaShawn Bergen.
Well, unfortunately for LaShawn, I don't think he played in this match today. LaShawn, we saw him down here on last Saturday. LaShawn was batting at number 8. And LaShawn was probably the leading wicket taker in the LI Under-19 tournament. He batted at number 8 and he did not bowl in that match. And for quite some time he had a number of left hand. The captain would have brought him in. In fact, they belatedly brought on an off spinner. But by then the horse had bolted. Of course, they would have made a fairly small score against Barbados.
Guiding that one down to third and a short third man. Picking up a single is Fontaine. He enters the 30s now. He seems as if he's been there for forever. He came in at number 3. Pascal has been there before him, however, getting runs. He has been playing the supportive role.
But this is good and sensible, though, from the two youngsters. And they're doing a good job here for their team. And it's all about partnership. They're approaching, in fact, they have already put on a 100-run partnership, these two. With the first wicket falling with the score on 17. And he wait for the scoreboard, the manual scoreboard, to bring up the actual score.
If I'm not mistaken, they're needing 72 runs for victory. So the score should be 117.
117, so you're correct. So exactly 100-run partnership, and add 6 to that. Yes, 6 runs. Well played. Well struck there by Pascal.
Goes into his, that's 82. 18 from the century, which he should get there.
Over extra cover again, try. And that is what is so good about the shot.
Exactly. He times well. He picks his spot.
And the Windward's really racing ahead at this point. They have really accelerated and they're getting there quickly.
I'm getting the impression the Trinidad and Tobago team, they've basically given up. They're just going through a motion. You're not hearing the chirping, as it were.
Body language out there, Troy.
Playing that one short in the onside, picking up a single, much to the delight of his camp, Pascal.
It's a good showing here by the Windward Islands batsman. I'm hoping that the Leeward Islands would have been as good, but that's just being wishful.
If wishes were, how was he saying? If
wishes were horses, beggars would ride.
Yes, indeed, of course. Playing here in the Leewards, most are playing in St. Kitts and Nevis. We have 5 players from St. Kitts in the team, 2 from the Leewards. Trying to crack that one square Fontaine, not being able to beat the fielder at the backward point, who collects easily. A match playing in Nevis every round, 3 playing in St. Kitts, 5 petitions in the team, 2 or 3 two divisions. And obviously expecting petitions and divisions expecting a much better showing. But the Leewards, they haven't been doing that well at all. Things not going well.
75 runs to window here. And the manual scoreboard coming into play. They have been very good, those guys on the manual scoreboards. In fact, they have been exceptional throughout the tournament so far. And I give high praise, high marks to them.
The head scorer, Ziggy, one of 3 brothers who represented St. Kitts cricket, and there's a quick single by Pascal. They are safely home.
Troy, I've done practically everything in cricket. I've scored also, but that is one thing I do not like doing, scoring.
And here is Pascal again, getting into the surgery table, dissecting the extra cover, well, the 2 extra covers as it were, getting a boundary. Run as him, the fielder, coming from a long on region. He was only racing to get the ball and send it back to the bowler. Beautifully 4 runs.
Fontaine, though, was the player. I don't think he would have timed it as well as he would have liked Fontaine, but a lot of shoulder into the shot, so it really raced away.
That one dabbed down to short, extra cover.
Runs coming thick and fast.
And he's bowled all over the place, Fontaine. And technically against the run of play. Looking good. Stepping down the track, playing all over it. And the Trinidad and Tobago, they have picked up their second wicket. Is it too late? We'll have to wait and see.
Not only played all over it, he played around it. And he was bowled after just striking a good blow for 4. So, is it too late? We'll have to wait and see. But they need wickets and they need them quickly. Horns blaring, I guess those are Trinidad and Tobago supporters. I saw a few elderly folks around, so must be parents or grandparents who have come to support the Trinidad and one place I know that when cricket is being played, it's rather raucous, it's noisy. It's Trinidad and Tobago.
Big up the Trini Passy.
So, the horns are blaring, but is it blaring for the right thing?
130 for 2. After a massive 113-run partnership between Pascal opening the batting, who is just 15 from his century, he's on 85, and Fontaine bringing the score from 17 for 1 to 130 for 2. Very good batting by these two.
New batsman at the crease, of course, trying to pick up the number, which is almost impossible, to pick up. And Troy, why did you leave your glasses at home today?
I'll have to fix that next match. And there's an appeal for stumping being pulled down the track. The new batter, number 13.
13, is it?
1-3.
Okay, so that would be
Negative.
You're doing the right thing. You're looking at the screen, which is a lot easier.
130 for 2. 59 runs to win. Only 59 runs to win. In some cases, 59 can be a mountain. 20 overs left.
28 was a mountain yesterday.
That's bothering this spin. Well, I don't know who West Indian it isn't bothering. Perhaps some West Indians may have had to go to the doctor today to get pressure checks and what have you. And here is Pascal swiping at that one outside the off stump and appeal for stumping.
So why is stopping appealing to the presiding umpire? The presiding umpire cannot make a decision. Seem to have gotten back. That's the duty of the square leg umpire, but we start appealing to the
presiding
umpire. Look at him. Look at the square leg tapping.
And tapping
in the bowler. He's looking back at the
and they're not better. I don't know how they expect that to change.
Yeah.
But being inspired, they've just picked up a wicket. 2 more wickets and could turn this game upside down.
It can. And especially if they could get the wicket of Pascal, who has been batting quite well.
Going aerially again. He's going to be looking for 2. Play through the extra cover region. He's not afraid to take the aerial route, Smitten.
Well, he has been very positive, and that is too often we've seen our batsmen here in the region being rather timid. And I think Trinidad and Tobago, for example, especially earlier clock, they were very timid with the approach to the batting, and in the end it got them into trouble.
until Toppin pulled them out.
You don't have to take undue chances to be bold, but at the same time, you know, as a batsman, you should not be allowing bowlers to dictate too much to you. For the first time we see Toppin being moved out of slips. He's been there from the start of the innings, and he's been placed into very short mid-off position. And the batsman, Pascal, has been playing a couple of drives in the 8 through that same region.
And he goes the other side, and he picks up a boundary. The offside field that is somewhat packed. There's room on the leg side, and he went that way.
So I've been looking at your good friend, the umpire, signaling all day. And I'm sure at the end of the day, he must be having very sore arms.
Aches and pains.
Aches and pains.
He does a lot of things when he's umpiring.
That's signaling with a flourish.
Colin Bryant.
And he seems to enjoy it.
And sometime way back, I think it was in a World Cup where the umpiring signal took on something completely different. Yes, the signals are clear, but the exuberance, the flourish about it. And my good partner, Billy Bowden.
Billy Bowden, that sweeping signal for 4.
Basically genuflecting.
And then the hook finger for 6.
Yes. And since that, most umpires have tried bringing in their own signature.
When I look at Carl Tuckett signaling 6, he goes on one leg. He lifts I think it's the left leg he lifts. I hope he doesn't overbalance one of these times.
And Pascal is driving to the covers, no run.
Yes, you look at him, you know, and, well, it brings something to the game. Adds a bit of flair to the game, you know. So even the umpires could get involved and provide some entertainment for viewers or spectators.
It is an event, and all parties have to contribute to the entertainment value, and he's going to be out skying that one, and Toppin takes it easily. Another wicket succession, 136 for 3. Is this the comeback Trinidad and Tobago have been trying to get?
Well, the people with the horns think so. They're blaring. But I think that's poor batting though. He was looking to go across the line of a delivery which was spinning away from him. And he took a top edge, skied in the 8, was in there for some time. And the Toppin is the one who took that catch. So one of the Murray brothers going out. That's Kurt Murray. He goes out, he bowls left-handed, but the way he was holding the bat just now suggested to me that he might be batting right-handed. Interesting.
Indeed.
It'd be nice to see the other brother going out and see if he also bats right, bowls left and bats right. But we'll have to wait for that if it eventually happens. But 2 quick wickets, Trinidad and Tobago going bang-bang, score on 136. And just fighting back a bit.
So that partnership lasting 6 runs. And none of the batters coming in, that batter didn't come in. I guess he wasn't looking at Pascal and how he was doing.
That's the spin bowler Murray who's out there, Kurt Murray.
And the chief scorer relaxing, brother of Sheena Berridge, who made the Windward Islands team, senior team.
I've seen Sheena.
League they had here in St. Paul's at this very ground. A little more motivated is the Trinidad and Tobago team.
Well, a couple of wickets here. Who knows? Your favorite quote might come into play.
The cat's amongst the pigeons. And Murray wasting no time. Pushing that one straight through to the extra cover region, the sluggish part of the field, he's only picking up 2 Smitten. But a lovely shot.
Yes, but I still don't like the running. They just trotted through for 2 as if they had decided early that it was only going to be 2 runs, putting pressure on the fielders.
And that again ought to have been 3 because the fielder ran from an extra cover region, had to run almost at the boundary. But it's the end of the over. A successful over for Trinidad and Tobago. 138 for 3, 51 runs, or should I say just 51 runs to win in all of 18 overs. That's 51 in 90. Pardon me, that's 108 balls. So the number of balls really, as Smith would say, is of no moment, is somewhat insignificant. It's either 7 wickets or 51 runs. That's the equation.
Well, Trinidad looking to do something different. Toppin has been brought back from the pavilion end, and he's looking to get another wicket here for his team. They have picked up 2 quick wickets, so that partnership of 113 being broken, and then quickly followed by another wicket.
Do they believe they have a chance at this stage still? Smith and Trinidad and Tobago.
Well, it's 50 odd runs with the team scoring 27. There are possibilities at the highest level.
That 27 is going to haunt a lot of people.
New Zealand scored 26.
Exactly. And before that, some teams scored 30.
So one never knows.
Anything is possible.
Anything is possible.
The game of glorious uncertainties. Pascal, he's into the 90s. He will want to maintain his composure.
Our bowlers have been good, though. Very good. And I'm speaking at the senior level.
Very.
Must be very disheartening, though, for the bowlers.
They've been taking 20 wickets each match. Pascal dabbing that down to a gully, a short third man actually, getting a single. And Toppin, he's actually putting in a lot of effort into that one, digging it in, as we say.
Probably trying something, maybe the idea is to try a few short pitch deliveries to the batsman to try to get them making some error.
He's that one very short, playing down to the short fine leg for a single.
The play is obvious now. He's digging in a few, and he's going to try to pry out one of these batsmen, trying to get them to make a fault shot.
Well, technically, Trinidad and Tobago, they don't have anything to lose at this stage.
Well, certainly they don't. They have the match to lose, if you tell me.
Which they are basically already losing.
Well,
and somehow I have a sneaky feeling that it's going to work. I don't know.
140 is it, the score? Another
49.
49 runs. Who knows? A lot could happen in that period.
A mole could become a mountain.
But I think the idea, though, is that they're doing something different, looking to pry out a wicket.
Here's Pascal getting on top, pulling it down, playing it through mid-wicket, picking up a couple.
It's evident. The only problem I have with this, though, there's no one on the mid-wicket boundary. He's digging it in. And perhaps you might have thought that with the short pitch bowling, he would have opted to play someone in the mid-wicket region, close to the boundary.
backward square mid-wicket.
Yes, the backward
The
square
long
is
on.
okay. The backward square is in place.
That is very, very short. And Pascal playing it back with the square, charging down for a second.
Yes, and probably thinking, well, if you're going to bounce, I'm going to be pulling you, but not in control of the shot, and probably not the right height for the hook shot. 143, it is for 346 runs required to win, and Pascal is on 95. See some clouds gathering, but they're moving away from us, moving towards Statia. But as we look out towards the Caribbean, CWI seems as though there might be some rain in that region. But that's quite some distance from the St. Paul's Recreation Ground. Weather has stayed good throughout. We just had the early morning blessing, tossed up, and driven into the offside.
If I were the Windward Island team, especially the camp, I would have been seeking some local knowledge about where the rain is coming from, how it is looking coming off of the sea, how long before they think it gets here, because that looks like if it gets here, it'll be a heavy shower coming off the sea.
Well, the thing is, I don't think the Windward Islands would be worrying at this point in the play, and I would want to think that at this point, they would be ahead. I'm trying to see if there's something on the scoreboard, but it doesn't appear so. As a matter of fact, I don't think the calculation was made or if that is in place, but that could be critical.
I did ask about Duckworth Lewis, and I was told in the first instance there are persons like John Samuels, who is at Keon, and the scores with the second instance.
So, quick single, but we do hope that that is in place. In fact, they're getting 2 runs, and he edges closer to his 100. Pascal.
If you were the Dominica team, would you want to
Well, Dominica colors this.
the Windward Islands. Would you want to win via the Duckworth, or would you want to see through?
Well, at the end of the day, they would want to win. I mean, you cannot control the weather. So if Duckworth Lewis comes in your favor, you're not going to argue with that. Stayed into the offside, no run.
Would there be a difference in points between a victory by bonus points, that is, a victory by Duckworth as opposed to a victory by taking it through?
I'm not too certain, but the Windward Islands, the only match that they did not get maximum points from was washed out by rain in Nevis. So if this one is washed out and it goes in their favor, they're not going to argue. It will be lost. And the score now has gone on to 148, is it? I
Seems so.
don't have my binoculars.
41 runs to get.
41 runs to get, so it would be
140.
148.
The Windward Island team, they seem to have picked up the tempo a bit. Pascal, he's just a touch from his century that seems to be 99, a well-deserved century were he to get there. And that will make it about 5 centuries for the tournament.
5 centuries for the tournament. So, changing, well, just one ball being used now. We saw the captain of the Trinidad and Tobago team picking out the ball that is going to be used for the remainder of the match. And that is going to be bowled now by Madrid. So, from here on in, just one ball.
And clearly, Toppin coming back for that over was a triating over.
Well,
He's been displaced.
You can see the effort being put in. He came back and he dug it in. So Madrid, left arm. And I think the Trinidad and Tobago youngsters, they've lost the plot a bit here. I would have had my cover up, my mid-off up. I would have put pressure. There would have not been any mid-wicket or long on. I would have put pressure on the batsman, and of course he's on 99, but, you try to block the runs.
Well, the first slip being taken out.
First slip is taken out. I would maintain the first slip, but I would ask my fielders to come into run-saving position. Even for a delivery or two until if he gets to the 100 as he punches this one into the offside. I would have put the pressure on the batsman.
But does it matter with Pascal as he's playing eerily, so confidently?
It matters. I mean, he's on 99. Tossed up. And then another day that would have sailed over the top for 6. So there's a bit of nerve out there for Pascal on 99.
Nervous 99.
Stays it down to short third man and gets the single. And he's ecstatic. He enjoyed that one.
Extremely ecstatic. He worked hard, well deserved. So he joins Fontaine as another centurion for the Windward Islands, being congratulated by Mandre. And some players have a thing about that. They don't congratulate you until the match is finished or at the end of a session, but not during the game.
Well, it is not absolutely nothing wrong with that. This one is punched up to cover by Kurt Murray gets a single.
And too often we've seen batters reaching a milestone, especially the triple figures, and then perhaps trying to step it up a notch or 2 or 4 and giving away the wickets.
This one is played down to back on the square. 2 runs picked up there. So the over comes to an end. It's 149 for 3, 102 to Pascal.
The Windward Islands, they are marching on, closing in on the 189 set for victory. They are now 152, is it? Just 37 for victory. It's Pascal, beautifully played.
He has led the charge for his team. He has led from the front, I would say. Of course, he opened the innings for the Windward Islands, and he's there still. He's on 102. And you were speaking earlier of batsmen carrying their bats, opening batsmen, and he could very well come not out in this game, but this one is pushed into the offside by Murray. I was speaking earlier of just one West Indian getting 100. Here we have a second here today. Both of them from the Windward Islands. Fontaine and Pascal.
No doubt Kavem Hodge and Alec Athenaeus may have been their idols, following their footsteps. I believe something special has been happening in the Windward Islands over the past few years.
Well, obviously they have a good structure in place. And here's 2 runs as this one is turned out, in fact 4. Backward of square. So well played, and 4 more. And now we see it could be cramps.
Indeed.
I saw him stretching, holding his toes. And we're hoping it's just cramp. But he's down, the physios he's going out. And The umpire is calling for the water cat. And we're going to have a drink. We're going to have a drinks break also. Well, we're back with the action here. 32 runs to go. And Pascal on strike, gets a single, gets it past the diving figure there at short extra cover and gets another run. This has been easy for the Windwards, despite the fact that they lost an early wicket and then took wickets. Murray. Of course, this is the spinning part of the twin setup for both of them out of Grenada. The question is whether or not they're related to Junior Murray. That's a question I'll ask a little later on. This one goes down to backward point, no run. Of course, you know, Troy, you had Junior Murray. Kept wicket for the West Indies coming out of the Windward Islands, coming out of Grenada.
Indeed.
I wonder if he you know, in some relation to these two. But Pascal seems to be okay, and I suspect it was just cramps.
Yeah.
He has been batting for a while.
Yes, he has been there from the start of the innings, about 2 hours ago perhaps. They started, it's now about 4:30. And they started, was it about 2 o'clock or thereabout, a little after 2?
Yes, it would have been after 2.
So he's batting for a little over 2 hours. He's carrying his bat. And an important piece of data that coming not out once, that will skyrocket his averages up, especially with the century.
Yes, certainly it would. Makes a big difference at the end of the day. Whether stayed good, or he's an ugly swipe at one outside the half stump. Well, he shouldn't. We just 32 runs to get. Make it 31 runs. It must be important to take it home for your team. Tossed up is really throwing the kitchen sink at this one, and edges down to third man for a single.
There's a song by Sugar Aloes, a pack up and a ready to go. I'm thinking that Pascal is now telling us he's ready to go.
30 runs needed, and one cannot take things for granted. It's a nice shot into the offside by Curtin Murray. In fact, a second run.
The Windward Islands team, all round, they have been doing an excellent job running that second run and the fumbling, the fielding, misfielding.
Could be dangerous at times, though. They tell him never run on a misfield, but they have capitalized, though.
We saw Alzari Joseph being run out from the boundary by, is it Kantash? Yesterday, I think it was. He was attempting a third.
Is he out? Yes, he is out. Caught. And this is all the more reason. Play it back to the bowler who took the catch. And he's on his way. And this is all the more reason why
Pascal
needs to steady for his team.
I was just going to say, according to my favorite quote, Smitten, were the Trinidad and Tobago team to pick up 2 quick wickets at this stage, that will definitely be throwing the cats amongst the pigeons.
Well, I don't think we are quite there as yet. Where the cats are among the pigeons.
You're correct, not as yet.
But still some work to do, though, the Windward Islands.
160 for 4, 29 runs to win from 14 overs. That's 29 runs from 84 balls. And Pascal needs to steady. He needs to see his team home. It will do his averages a world of good.
Well, it will do his team a world of good also. Because if Pascal goes at this stage, I'm pretty certain that things would become
chaotic,
rather
excited.
ticklish, not just excited, but a little on the ticklish side for the Windward Islands, and they would perhaps struggle to get these remaining runs.
This win will definitely propel them into second place, especially if perhaps the USA, that Barbados. I'm not seeing them coming back from that. I'm not seeing them winning that game, but maybe they are all out by now, Smitten.
I would have a check of that in a moment. So new batsman out there for the Windwards.
Is it Chase being brought back? Pascal is taking his guard.
So
Yes.
Chase, it seems as though Chase is going to come over around the wicket, left arm around the wicket to the batsman Pascal. Pascal, who is well entrenched at the moment, on 106. Oh, we're back with the screen, and the new batsman is McDowell. But that does not look like McDowell to me. I think there should be some confirmation on that. That does not look like McDowell, but I could be wrong.
The scoreboard is saying we need 100 and the score is 162.
So hope they get it right. Played into the onside and a single to Pascal. So they have, but that doesn't look like McDowell at all. But I could be wrong. Maybe he's padded up a bit. Number 21, and that is Charles.
27, you got 27 here?
21, that's Charles, the wicket keeper. He started as the wicket keeper.
Pascal having a conversation with him, no doubt saying, hey, the two of us are going to take it home. I need you to stay here with me.
So Charles, the graphics are showing McDowell, but we'll settle for Charles for now. Wicketkeeper for the Dominica team. He would have left the field and was replaced. He's a left-hander. At least he bats left.
Slip being put in.
So
another field adjustment, the mid-off, mid-on is coming over to a mid-off. More extra cover.
So Loivio Charles receives his first delivery. Lefty to lefty, turns this nicely into the onside, picks up a run, gets off the mark immediately.
And he gives the strike to Pascal. Though the coaching staff would have been telling Pascal, hey, you've done well all day, you've done the hard work. Now give us the icing on the cake. You take it home. You stay there.
163 for 4. Another 26 runs needed in 77 deliveries. And
like anything else, getting that down to less than 20 will be
short lifting one. He does not know where it has gone, but a good one there from Chase. And in the end, Pascal was able to keep it out, and the ball not going back onto his stumps.
Chase running down almost to face Pascal, and no doubt thinking, what happened? I'm too fast for you. You're not seeing me.
Chase is really running in though, and looking to get the breakthrough for his captain. Left arm over, turned into the onside. Just a single. So Chase looks like a player who doesn't give up, and looks like he's going to fight it to the end.
He has that business-like approach about him. He believes he can get on with it. 25 runs in 76 balls. Doesn't get much easier than that.
Chase. Nice push there by Charles. Looks good so far with the couple of deliveries he has faced.
And notwithstanding the scores and the situations in matches, Smitten, I think all the teams generally have some depth in their batting.
Well, he comes in at number 6, so he should be a pretty good batsman. Played it in the air past the bowler up to mid-off. Just as, in fact, no runs. So over comes to an end. And it's 165 for 4. And it's tooting of the horn. It continues to go on, probably trying to encourage the Trinidad and Tobago players.
I think they'll need much more than encouragement at this stage. They'll probably need a few miracles to help them out of this.
Well, they need wickets.
I saw a gentleman during the last water break, Smitten. He said he journeyed all the way from Canada to see the Trinidad and Tobago team because his nephew is the captain.
Oh, nicely steered down towards third man, just a single though. One more to Pascal, but I think Pascal sensed with the loss of a wicket or two, at least the loss of the last wicket, he probably sensed that he needs to settle down because we saw some irresponsible shots coming out from him. And then that wicket must have sobered him up a bit, and he has become a lot more settled now.
What we've seen from him in the last few balls is what we saw generally throughout the innings. So I think you're correct. It dawned at him, boy, no, if I were to give him my wicket, if I were to lose my wicket, it might put the Windward Island team in some problems. The 5th wicket would be down.
Fended there by Charles. Guess we'll have to get that name sorted out. The graphics are showing McDowell, but I think that is Charles that pushes down to long on. But we'll get confirmation on that. Right. Looking to cut, misses, goes to the keeper. Draws away and forces into the offside, picks up a run, one more to the score. Inching closer and closer, it's now down to 21 runs. 168 for 4. Quite run rate 1.88. Steered down towards short third man, no run. Going straight to the fielder. Chase, who far end. So we have had some 39 overs, 11 overs left in which to get some 21 runs. And so another single to the score.
Pascal honored Nelson, 1-1-1. And a psychological boost to get the score down into less than 20 in the teens.
So now we have the correct name up on screen, Charles. I mean, Charles, in fact, the wicketkeeper, wide signal down the leg side. And McDowell, the left arm opening bowler, but certainly slimmer character. And body shape different. So easy to figure that one out, Troy.
Very much so. I think what may be a little confusing is the numbering again.
Well, you know, at times you do have to look at everything. But it's when sorted out now, Charles has faced some 7 deliveries. He's on 2. And Pascal 112 from 121 deliveries.
At one point, he was a runner ball, but even in 50 overs, 112 in 121 deliveries, that's good batting.
Stayed into the offside, down towards backward point. Tumbling save there by Toppin. No, that's not Toppin. Toppin is at slip.
At slip.
Loud shout by the Trinidad and Tobago players, but 1-1 nevertheless. It's 171 for 4.
That's not much to the delight of the Trinidad and Tobago team. Roaring, encouraging. A little bulky is the fielder. And Topping goes over the top. And is he going to get a 4?
Yes, it's gone for 4. And incidentally, it wasn't Topping.
Pascal. Actually, it may not have gone. He may have stopped it, Smitten.
May have stopped it. So, Schooner moved to 171. It seems as though they only got 1 run for that effort. Probably thinking that it had gone for 4, but players need to run for all they're worth until they're certain that of course, there are times you would play a shot and you know that's 4.
They're now down to 17 runs.
So pushed into the offside. And that's the end of the over. At the end of it, 172 for 4. In fact, no, it's not the end of the overs yet. We seem to have another delivery left in the over. The umpire, of course, would have walked away and back in place now for the final delivery, final legal delivery, hopefully, of the over. Driven nicely up towards extra cover, more runs here. But it seems as though Pascal is a bit winded or
perhaps because
just strategy for an easy single.
And that should have been 2, really. And Pascal, he seems to be coming off. Maybe he's retiring hurt. And how will this affect the Windward Islands batting? Pascal 113 for 122 balls. A good knock. A very, very good knock. An excellent knock. He is walking off. The right leg being somewhat stiff. And he's now being replaced by Kirsten Murray, the left-hander. So that'll be 2 brothers. No, there's a Charles. Murray would have made his exit already. And he's given an applause. 113. Retired hurt is Pascal from 122 balls. Positioning his team to be just 16 runs away from victory. A well-deserved victory by the Windward Islands team. 16 in 60 balls, 16 in 10 overs. We're now seeing the last power play of the match. The Trinidad and Tobago team, they are allowed to have 5 fielders out of the circle. And Pascal, having retired, and obviously if he needs to get back in the wicket, he will, hopefully.
And guess what? The other brother is at the crease, but he seems to be batting. That's Costin Murray.
Costin.
Seems to be a left-hander. Totally, he's batting left.
Batting left, bowling right. Batting left, batting, bowling left.
Oh my goodness. Well, I'll give you the details here. Barbados only scored 88
Wow.
and 25.5 overs.
A big win coming towards us. Coming towards us. We now see much clearer seas. So that threat is no longer in place, as we've seen the end of the 41st over. 174 for 4. Windward Islands needing just 15 runs for victory.
I'm looking at the match in Nevis. I'm wondering what's happening over there. I'm wondering 67 for 1. Remember, it was reduced to a 47 over match.
Correct.
And only 9 overs bowled so far. So I'm wondering if that is rain affected, but I'll get an update in a quick while.
And what at one point was perceived to be a short day isn't materializing at all at 55 for 6 Trinidad and Tobago. The pundits felt that it would have been a short day, however.
Well, I know you're not a pundit, but you can still go to bed early.
55 for 6 until Mr. Toppin came in, a 30-run partnership in the first instance, and then a 64-run partnership in the second instance, pulling themselves to 188. And there is Toppin, perhaps in a little niggle and a little pain, but no harm from Chase, who's bowling from the far end, to Louvier Charles, who is on 5 from 16 balls, left-hander. As a matter of fact, 2 left-handers at the crease.
Notice the scores change, Troy. So it seems as the play is happening over there in Nevis.
Playing that one backward is Charles, picking up 4 runs. Perhaps some misfield in the out of my view.
In Nevis, I think they had some rain though, because I'm seeing that another 42 runs to win from 16.1 overs in that match, which means that Mr. Duckworth and Mr. Lewis has come into play. So they need another 42 runs, which would take them to 112. The initial score made by the USA 147 for 9.
Interesting. And here is Charles going aerially, massively, over long off. They are 184. They need to get to 189, and they have all of this afternoon to do that. Chase will try again for his team, a 6 and a 4. 10 runs from his over. And here is Charles trying to hook that one, missing lock, stock, and barrel.
I think he was going for goal there, wanting to finish this in style. And this has been a good victory for the Windward Islands. They have played well. Yeah, so that's the over.
Scorer shouting to the over. Both umpires are looking at each other. And it's all about teamwork, helping each other to make sure the correct thing is done.
Yeah, so we'll have what might be the final over of the day's play. we see the umpires beckoning to the scoreboard, probably hoping that everything would be in sync, the scores would be correct.
Maybe they're not quite understanding it's end of the over. Maybe they're wondering if it's the end of the match.
Well, let's hope we get that sorted out as quickly as possible. In fact,
normally there are radios between the umpires, the scoreboard, the match referee, the third umpire, as well as the scorers. The match referee is now checking the situation. Ms. Thelma Gomes from St. Kitts, member of the St. Kitts Cricket Umpires Association, a qualified member, umpire.
this could be the final over though.
Thelma Gomes, the last umpire to be qualified. And I had the privilege of being one of the examiners for her practical. Practical exams are actually during matches these days. Treed up balls so far, encouraging the Trinidad and Tobago team. He's just waiting for the inevitable.
Well, that's not much encouragement you're talking about. If you're waiting for the inevitable. One wonders how much encouragement that is for the team.
2-3 made novas could put a different twist to this game.
How much
Novas could put a different twist to this game. That is more picking up a single down to the long off region.
you need more than 2-3 main overs. There are another 5 overs left after this one.
And that's the end of the over.
Scoreboard is showing 164 for 4.
184
184, sorry.
for 4. 5 more runs to get.
To look a long way, of course.
7 overs left.
And that, of course, was not a 6, it was an 8. Now I'm seeing it close up. Of course, the manual scoreboard is what we have to rely on at this point, and it's some distance away. But doing a very good job.
Very good job by the cameraman focusing on the scoreboard to allow viewers to see. Pascal it is to face Charles from the far end. He goes aerially over the bowler's head. It's heading down to the long off boundary. It crosses the boundary now. And the scores are leveled 188. A very good shot indeed, in control.
It happens to be the other half of the twin though. The other half of the Murray twin. And Kirsten, the batsman.
1 run needed for victory. The scores are tied.
We have a tie here today, Troy.
I don't think so. And Charles, it is a bot in his run. I'm remembering a game where 1 ball was needed. I can't remember the position, but the bowler, was it Australia, bowled on the arm?
Yes, I have a vague memory of that one.
The law indicates you'll inform the umpire whether your right arm or left arm coming over the wicket, round the wicket. And I think that changed, that on the arm changed the laws of the game. Like so many things, when things happen, it is reviewed, and if it's felt it's not in the good spirit of the game, there's an amendment to the law. And that is the end of the game, playing it down to, and there's an appeal for run out. the batter, he was safely home, playing that one to mid-off, getting a single. It's the end of the game. The Windward Islands, they have won this match, 189 for 4, and a very good victory for them. The comeback in the first instance led by Toppin, who pulled things together from 55, and then Pascal opening the batting for the Windward Islands, retiring hurt at 112. We say congratulations to the Windward Islands. We say congratulations to the Trinidad and Tobago team, notwithstanding they've lost. We're going to be taking 2 days rest, as is customary. We're going to be back here on Thursday. And on behalf of all Smith and yours truly, Troy Mills, we say thank you. And the technical team, the scorers, we say thank you for staying with us today. And join us back again at 10 a.m. on Thursday for another round of matches.